So this is the structure of the workshop, and with a large group of people, it involves a number of games exercises which will have limited value with the small numbers of people, but we can go through and show you how those work as an illustration, and perhaps even try a game or two yourselves, so that some of the techniques that I'm using in the workshop you can probably apply within your own situations. So I'm going to start with introductions. I'll begin by introducing myself. My name is David Worthley. I'm a freelance consultant based in the UK. And like everybody on this planet, I've had a variety of different experiences in my life. So people see me in different ways depending upon how long they've known me and what their experience of me is. So these are some of the things that are true about me. My background is I was trained as an electronic and electrical engineer. I studied at Birmingham University in the UK. And how I came about to become an electronic and electrical engineer, it wasn't that I was particularly passionate about being an electronic engineer. It's just that at school, when we had our careers advice, because my mother and father were not rich people, I wanted to find somebody who would pay for me to go to university. And the Post Office Telecommunications were offering scholarships to do a thick sandwich course at university. So I would actually be able to earn money whilst I was studying, and that's why I came to be an electronic and electrical engineer, not because of a passion for the subject. So I won a scholarship with Post Office Telecommunications. So I went to university. After university finished, I went into Post Office Telecommunications, and so I was. I decided that I was more interested in people than in technology. So instead of going into research, which is what most people did in my cohort of scholarship winners, most people went into Post Office Telecoms research. I wanted to work with people, so they gave me a job as a manager. And after a few years of working in a telephone area as a manager, I became a management tutor. And that wasn't because I wanted to teach management. I became a management tutor because I thought there would be better opportunities to get promotion as a management tutor than as a manager in a telephone area. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that way. So after a few years working for Post Office Telecommunications, I decided that I was too entrepreneurial to work for the government. And so I decided to learn about computing and got a job as a salesman for IBM. And I worked for IBM for 5 years, selling mid-range computers, and then found myself starting my own business in 1984, which was on digital communications technology. And in a way, my life has come round almost to full circle, because when I started my own business, I wanted to make use of what I knew about computers and telecommunications, because I could see computers and telecommunications converging. And my business was about advising companies how they could use technology for competitive advantage. So I started my company in 1984, and I found myself adopting many of the strategies that I've come back to now when I talk about gamification and enabling technology. So I've always been an early adopter of technology. So I had my own business for a few years. I got involved in acting. That's my hobby, stage acting, but I've also done television extra work. So you might, if you watch UK TV programs, soap programs like Doctors or The Bill, you might see me on one of those episodes. So after about 20 years in my own business, I found myself with an opportunity to become director of the Serious Games Institute. So I was responsible for setting up the Serious Games Institute in the UK at Coventry University. I'm a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. Now I advise the European Union on their technology strategies. I speak at conferences, and I have an overwhelming thirst for knowledge. We've just made a start. Would you like to come to the front? Sit on the front row. You'll find it much better if you do. Would you like to come sit on the front? So we get everybody together. So that is a little bit about me, and the point is that, like everybody else, I'm a mixture of all kinds of backgrounds, and I want to be finding a little bit about you as individuals. So these days, I run my own consultancy called GATES, Gamification and Enabling Technology Strategic Solutions, and I'm very passionate about how we can use gamification and enabling technologies to shape the future of business and society. And the reason why I want to talk to you about my greatest influence is there's two reasons why I wanted to do this. One of them is because it's a useful start to an icebreaker program. The other thing is that my greatest influence, or one of my greatest influences, is still very relevant to the things that I want to talk about in this session. And some of the lessons that I learned from this man, you can apply in your own lives and your own business activities. So this is Thomas Cook. Has everybody heard of Thomas Cook? Thomas Cook. You know Thomas Cook, the travel company? You know traveller's checks? Traveller's checks you use for currency? Yeah? When you go abroad, you don't have to take currency. You can take a traveller's check. They were invented by this man. This man was Thomas Cook, and he lived in the 1800s, so 150 years ago. And I discovered information about him because of my involvement in the theatre in a production called Follow the Man from Cook's, which was to celebrate 150 years of Thomas Cook from his very first travel excursion. So the point about Thomas Cook is that the world we live in today is very much influenced by this man who lived 150 years ago. The travel industry he was the man who started the travel industry. So all of the trips people make abroad for holidays, he was the man who started all of this. And the reason why he was a big influence on me was because of the story behind how he started his business. He was living in the same town that I lived in the UK, and he was attacked by a drunken man, and he was injured. And this persuaded him to go into the temperance movement. So he would try to influence people to stop them drinking alcohol. And he was so passionate about this, he used to walk miles just to go to meetings on the temperance movement. And one day he was, please join on the front. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he was walking 15 miles to go to a temperance meeting, and on the way, he stopped for a rest, and he had this, what he called a blinding vision, an idea to what he called harness the power of steam to the temperance movement. And what he meant by that was, this was at a time when the railway network was starting to grow in the UK. So new railway lines were being built, stations, and he believed that if he could make it possible for ordinary people to travel to new places and have new experiences, they wouldn't be interested in drinking. It would broaden their horizons, and by broadening their horizons, they would be less inclined to drink. And that was how he started. Now, it's ironic today that the travel industry is probably responsible for a lot more drinking than we would imagine. But so he was what's known as a social entrepreneur. He was an entrepreneur whose passion was to do something to make the world a better place. So his idea was that if he could make it possible for ordinary people to travel to these exciting new places, that would make their lives richer and more fulfilled, and they would be less inclined to drink. So that's how he started, and he had his very first railway excursion, a travel, if you like, first package holiday, was a railway journey, 12 miles from where I live now in Leicester to a little town called Loughborough. And he took 600 people on the train to have a party, listen to speeches, have a brass band, have a picnic. And that was the very first journey in 1842. So it's a long, long time ago, but that's how he started. And from that, he went to take people all over the world. And he was the man who invented traveller's checks. So he had a big influence on the world, and his influence is still there today. The Thomas Cook Company is still a big travel company, and it all started from one man with his dream. And why it's relevant to this session is that he used an enabling technology. The enabling technology was the railways. That was the communications network of his day. And if there's anything for you to take away from this session, in your own lives and your own business activities, it doesn't matter whether you're involved in animation, games design, whatever your background, there are three very important things that he based his principles of why he was successful. And those three things are, he made something attractive. He made the idea of traveling to new places and new experiences attractive. The second thing is, he made it accessible. It wasn't him who made it accessible, but he saw that the railway network and railway stations are places people could access that was the way they could access these new places. And the third thing was, he made it affordable, because he could take a number of people all to the same destination, and they could do it at a price people could afford. So those three things in any human activity, making something attractive, making it accessible, and making it affordable. And we will come back to that when we look at the gamification examples. So that was my greatest influence. And the idea behind this workshop, these are the things that I have as my objectives in this workshop, is to help you to understand what gamification is and why it's important, to give you an opportunity to experience gamification in practice. That's going to be a little bit more difficult with a smaller number of people. To talk about and look at the technologies that you work with in your life and see how gamification can help to leverage your abilities, and to support the objectives of this conference is to find ways that the creative industries can develop strategies. And just as important as anything else is to give you something to take away that you can apply in your own everyday life. Not just your professional career, but your everyday life, how to use gamification within your own life. So before we go around for the introductions, I'm going to play a little video. Does anybody know the video called Shift Happens, or now you know? Okay, we'll play the video. There are several versions of this video. You can
Would like to take a guess at which country this is? I was surprised, but no, that was 1900. It's not true today.
มว่าอยู่ตรงนี้ ไม่ใช่ไม่เห็นมัน
That's just one of the Shift Happens videos that you can access on YouTube. There are others built around social networks. But the point about it, about showing that, is that that we live in a world which is very changing very, very rapidly. The icebreaker exercise really is not going to work with just this small number of people, but I explain how it's done. Normally within workshop formats, icebreakers take the form of people introducing themselves and just saying a few words about themselves. The icebreaker session that I use in this workshop involves you selecting a card at random from these you-know cards. Anybody know the game you-know? Yeah. These are cards with numbers. It just shows you that you don't need technology to gamify things. So the idea is, if you've got 24, ideally 24 or 30 people, people pick a card at random, and on the basis of the colour of the card, you go into groups of teams. So you finish up with 4 different coloured cards, so you finish up with 4 teams. So it's completely random, completely chance who you finish up with in your team. And what you do in this very first exercise, it depends on what the overall objective of the workshop is. But in this particular version of the workshop, what I want to do is to help people to understand a little bit about human motivation and how to influence other people. Because the world that we live in today, would you like to come and have a seat over here? Or on there, whichever one? Yeah, the world that we live in today, as you've seen from this video, is changing so quickly, and there are so many people with so many interesting and creative ideas that we live in a very competitive world. And in order to be successful in your life, you need to understand how to influence behavior. You need to understand how to persuade people. If you're involved in designing games, it's important to be able to get people to play games. So you need to know, to understand a little bit about what motivates people and to understand gamification strategies. So this very first exercise really goes through each individual talking about what their greatest influence was. I explained what my greatest influence was with Thomas Cook and how he influenced my life. And a lot of the things that I do today are motivated and inspired by that one lesson. So I'd like to do this as an exercise now, and maybe we'll do it in pairs, because you're sat down next to people pretty much at random. Do you two know each other? You do? No? Oh, okay. You two know each other? Do you two know each other? You do know each other. Okay. Well, okay. It's a pretty random exercise. Poor old Ivan at the end there. He's going to be the odd man out. Or maybe you could join this group, Ivan. Okay. So what I want you to do is, for the next 5 minutes, tell each other who the person who most inspires and influences you. Okay. So you need to talk about, it might be your teacher, it might be your parent, it might be somebody from history. Tell the other person in your pairs who is the most inspiring and biggest influence in your life. And then I'm going to choose people at random. So if you tell each other, you've got to listen to him, because I'm going to ask you to tell me about him and his influence. You understand? Yeah? Okay, so 5 minutes, talk to each other, introduce yourselves, and talk about what you do and what your biggest influence is. Okay? Okay, you talk to each other, introduce yourselves. There's the three of you there. Yeah, I'll give you a few minutes just to get started. But it's what is the biggest inspiration and influence in your life, and why? Okay. Is the biggest influence in their life. So as you were late joining us, I'll just give you a few minutes just to say a few words about yourself, tell the other people about you. Okay? Introduce yourself, yeah? You now and get you to tell the story. So I'm going to choose people at random. This is what I mean by gamifying. What I do in this workshop uses elements of gamification within the workshop, and one of the elements of gamification is the element of chance, the element of a challenge, and the element of chance. So it's by chance that you find yourself sitting next to somebody else, and I've given you a challenge. So let's see what the results of that challenge are. That's okay. So you explain, give your name, and you talk about your friend and what inspired him. Okay? Okay? I'm going to ask other people as well, so don't be embarrassed. So what is your name?
My name's Amarchai Lisaksakul.
Yeah.
I'm from Nakhon Ratchasima. I'm working at Bangkok.
In Bangkok, yeah.
Okay. I'm programmer.
A programmer.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fields, my is uh, my teacher. I'm future. I am make my company.
Right.
Yes.
And your friend, what's your friend's name?
โอ้ ไม่ถามชื่อโอ้
we didn't ask name. We only asked what.
Okay, okay.
Tell about work.
About work. Yeah, okay. What did you learn from your friend?
He working. He home.
You're working from home. Yeah?
My parent company.
Your parents' company.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what does the company do?
My parent is a consultant company.
A consulting.
Yeah. He work about the media or researcher for the community to make the media or something more interesting.
Oh, okay. For making videos more interesting for the community.
To get involved in the community, he had to get involved with people.
Yeah.
Participation and to make learning center to have more interesting.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, would you like to introduce yourself and say something about your friend?
My name is Yuttana Pilunsan. I'm working as computer technical officer at Ministry of Science and Technology. Her name is Wasana.
Yeah.
She works as graphic designer, freelance.
Yeah.
Who inspired her is Yoshiki of ex-Japan. He is a singer.
A singer.
Drummer of ex-Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And why does the drummer inspire?
She like his word. He say action in the present is make future.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So which one shall I will select you. Okay, you can choose something. You choose who you want to talk about. Okay.
Let's him. He is Iwan. He come from Singapore. He is
Yeah.
like academic organizer who travel a lot to make a seminar and event about the education.
Yeah.
And his inspire people is Sebastian Coe.
All right.
The long runner.
Yeah.
I asked him why. He said that because Sebastian Coe is the very determined people. When he select his destination, he never miss it.
Right. Right. So he's very focused on achieving his targets.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he did a good job with the Olympic Games, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah. So both in his sporting life and also professional life, he's been very successful in achieving what he set out to do. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I could ask you, introduce yourself and say a few words about your friend here.
Hello, I am Ming, come from the Langsit University Computer Game Department. My influence people is Sirak Tansiri. Okay. He is my teacher. His name is Ekapong. his influential people is Da Vinci because Da Vinci is genius in very few.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I realise it's very difficult, and I know I put you on the spot a little bit by giving you this challenge, and it's very difficult when English is not your first language. So I appreciate the difficulties, and I do appreciate very much that you take the trouble to explain and talk in English, because there is absolutely no way I would be able to talk to you in Thai or Malaysian or Singapore or any other language than English. And we, as English people, we are very lucky that wherever we go, we find people can speak English and will speak English. So it makes us a little bit lazy when we go to different countries. So thank you very much for taking the trouble in that exercise. So I just sorry. Oh, break for lunch. Oh. Break for lunch where? It's 1 o'clock, isn't it? For 1 o'clock. So, when 1 p.m. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, it's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. Well, we will be. We have to be, because we are small numbers. Okay, I want to be very flexible and work with you to find what suits you best. So today this workshop is scheduled to go until 6 o'clock. I'm happy to give you my time till 6 o'clock, but I don't want to keep you here. I only want you to keep you here while you get value from what I have to say. So I will give you the best that I can with the limitations that we've got with the numbers. So if there are things that you particularly came here to learn about or understand or want to know from me, then I'm very happy to discuss those later on this afternoon. Okay, so we'll carry on with the session, and so I really wanted to show you this way of doing things instead of the usual round the table where everybody says a few words about themselves. The point about gamifying the icebreaker session was to introduce some elements of gamification into an everyday process. So the elements of gamification are to do with chance, and luck and fortune are very important parts of gamification. So you can introduce these into any kind of situation. So really, you've had a chance to talk to each other and reflect a little bit about what you've heard, and how the people that you're sat next to, maybe their life lessons will have some relationship with what you do in your work. I want to go on now to introduce you to gamification. So I asked the question, who knows about gamification? Well, I chose Ivan's picture to put up on the screen there, because I know Ivan, and he is very active. He's the organizer of the Serious Games conferences in Asia. And he did a very good job recently with the Serious Games and Simulation conference that was held in Korea fairly recently. But does anybody know anything about gamification? Any of you who's heard about gamification before? Okay. When you heard about gamification, what does gamification mean to you? Using games as a tool to influence people. Yeah? Okay, that's good. What does gamification mean to you? Right. Okay. So it's about again. It's about influencing. It's about influencing other people. Well, these are a few thoughts about that I have about gamification. There is a definition which is not mine that says gamification is about the use of games methodologies and mechanics in non-game situations. So in other words, what we know and understand about games we can use outside of what we know traditionally as games. And I express it as it's a process. It's a very important process. It's an everyday process which shapes the world that we live in. And the reason it's able to shape the world we live in because it's a process which influences the actions, behaviors, characteristics and states of things in the world through the use of game strategies and mechanics. And I've shown a few examples of areas where gamification can be applied. I want to go in a little bit more detail about this because gamification is something I believe is not just unique to human beings. It's something which is used by all living creatures. And I use this as an example. You can see the lady there with the bone as a present for the dog. That's a process of gamification. So the question is, who is doing the gamification? Is it the woman using a game to train the dog to do what she wants the dog to do? Or is the dog gamifying the woman because the dog knows what it wants and it knows how to please the owner? You see, it's a two-way process. And anybody who owns a pet, a dog or a cat, you will realize that animals use gamification as well. And so gamification is a very important process and it's a natural process. And really you can look at every human activity through a game's lens. You can look at every human activity as a game because every human activity is affected by the things that techniques and characteristics that we use within games. So our ability to gamify, it's embedded into our makeup. So from the minute we are born, whether we are a human being or an animal, we instinctively use gamification because gamification is what helps us to understand and control the world that we live in. Because it's a human instinct to survive, we need to know how we can influence the world around us. And that's what motivates us. Every one of us has our goals and ambitions in our life. When we're born, our goal is to survive. Our goal is to get food. Our goal is to learn about the world that we live in. So it's embedded into our human nature, whether it's we're a human being or an animal. So we use it from birth. We use it, gamification, to explore, to experiment, to learn, and to develop strategies to get what we want. Every one of us does it from the time that we are born, when the time we are babies. Babies learn very quickly that if they smile, they get a good reaction from other human beings. So that is a process of trying to influence the world around them. And that's just a very simple example. So as we grow and we mature, we learn more about the world around us, and we learn to develop strategies and processes that achieve our objectives. So gamification isn't something which is specific to computer games or video games or sports games. It's reflected because we use the word games and players in our everyday vocabulary. So we talk about companies being big players. That doesn't mean the company plays football or plays a sport. It means that they have a big influence in the area that they operate. We say to people, don't play games with me, because if we feel that we are being manipulated by somebody, we will use that expression, don't play games with me, because we feel that somebody is trying to influence our behavior in ways that we don't like. When we say it's all in the game, what we mean is that these things happen in everyday life, so we have to take things as they come. And so these are not used in sporting context. These are every part of our everyday vocabulary. And so we look at examples of gamification that we use every day in different areas. There's the picture on the far side there. Does anybody know where that might have come from? That's from a film? No? Mary Poppins? No? No? Well, yes, that's because I'm so old. I've seen it. I'm old enough to remember it. There's a film called Mary Poppins, which is a musical, and there's a song in the musical called A Spoonful of Sugar Helps the Medicine Go Down. And so this child doesn't want to take the medicine. So Mary Poppins, who is the nurse, she sings, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, the medicine go down. So she makes a game of giving the medicine. And I used to use this with my granddaughter. I didn't sing the song to her, but a lot of parents, if their child won't eat something, they turn it into a game. They put the food on a spoon and they pretend that the mouth is a tunnel and the spoon is a train or a plane, and you go choo, 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 choo. And you turn it into a game to persuade the child to eat the food, because the child then thinks it's a fun thing to do. So it's influencing their behavior by using a game's mechanics. And so the elements of gamification are about creating challenges, providing incentives for people doing the right thing, involving risks and rewards. Having penalties are just as important when you're developing gamification strategies. Having rules and an ability to set and measure results. And gamification is an everyday process in romance. I think ladies are far better at gamifying than men are, because you can see in the example there, if we go back to the idea of Thomas Cook having something that is attractive, accessible, and affordable, you can see the pose of the lady there is meant to be attractive. You have to balance the accessibility with creating something that is not too easy but not too difficult. It's the same when you're designing a game. Most successful games are games which are not too easy and not too difficult. And so these games we play every day of our lives in different kinds of scenarios and situations. And in politics is a big game as well. You get leaders like Putin and Obama. They use the same kind of strategies when they're trying to succeed in their policies. politicians are probably some of the best games players, gamification specialists there are on this planet. And gamification is very important in education as well. And it's about creating challenges for children, giving them incentives for success, building in risks and rewards, penalties, rules, and results. So it's part of our everyday life. And this is an example of use of gamification and the environment. There's a game developed in the UK called Flood Sim. And this game was designed to help people to understand how to prevent flooding. Because in the UK we had a few years ago a big problem with floods. It cost insurance companies a lot of money. The government wasn't very popular because people thought the government should be able to solve the problem. So this game was developed. It was on the internet. It may still be on the internet. If you Google Flood Sim, you might be able to find it. But the idea was that when you play this game, you are the person in charge of flooding in the UK. So you have a budget, and you have information about how many people live in different parts of the UK, what the value of the economy is, and what you can spend the money on. So over 3 years, you spend money on big projects and small projects in different parts of the country, and then you see the rain come down, and you see whether you have been successful in your policy. And at the end of the game, you can compare your decisions with everybody else's. And all of this data was collected. This game was really quite inexpensive. It was £50,000, which I suppose is about 2.5 million baht, something like that. There were 100,000 people played this game in 6 weeks. And at the end of it, the government got a lot of information about people's ideas on where money should be spent. And it helped the population to understand that flooding and flood prevention is not a trivial task. Ivan is working on a similar project with water resource management. But it's the same sort of principle. Gamification is used in a serious context, and it uses the elements of gamification. So gamification really is about helping us to manage our world, and it's an important part of how we learn and develop. I've developed this model to try and explain how gamification works, or how you can use this in every human process. And it's a circular process, so it begins with a challenge. It'd be any kind of challenge in life. It might be trying to find a job, might be trying to find a girlfriend or a partner. It might be able to a challenge of trying to learn something. So we begin by making an action. So we are faced with a challenge, so we do something. We do something, and we get a result from our whatever we do. It's a response. We measure the effect of that response. That gives us some sort of feedback and leads to another challenge. So it goes round and round this circle. And the point about it is that this gamification cycle is different for every individual. What works with one person may not work with another, but the same kind of cycle applies to every kind of human activity. So these are some of the elements that we can introduce into the development of games or in our everyday situations.
These are the most important factors. Scenarios and narratives. Who's involved in games design? Somebody? Yeah, you're involved in games design. What do you, how important do you think scenarios and stories are in designing a game? Yeah. Yeah. So if the story, the narrative, is something that people can relate to, it's an important part of setting the scene so people get engaged into the story. So it's something that creates the kind of environment that engages people. So narratives are very important. Challenges are also very important. Without a challenge, there's very little opportunity to engage people. It's a challenge that engages people. This is why at the beginning of the exercise we had the icebreaker, which involved a little bit of a challenge. It takes people out of the comfort zone. If there's no challenge involved, there's no incentive for people to learn and no development. Rules are also very important in setting the boundaries of what you can and can't do within any game environment. So every human activity has rules. Chance and uncertainty, I introduced those in the first exercise by the way that you were sat with each other. No, that was a pure chance that you found yourself next to the same sort of person. So you can introduce chance and uncertainty into scenarios in your life. And if it's designing a game, it's very important that you always have an element of chance or uncertainty in the result. Because if you get the same result every time, and you don't learn anything, there's no excitement in the game. It's the same when we're watching a sport. If we knew what the result would be from the very beginning, there wouldn't be any point in playing. It's just the fact that we have chance and uncertainty that makes it more interesting. Rewards and incentives are what a lot of people focus on with gamification strategies. Now, when you look at what's happening in retail industry, brand loyalty is a very important factor today. It's what everybody is trying to achieve. And so a lot of people involved in gamification just focus on rewards and incentives as if that's the only thing that matters. They are important. As an example, I have never used loyalty cards until fairly recently, when I got a Tesco loyalty card. And a Tesco loyalty card is personalised to me. And that's very, it gives me incentive to shop at Tesco, not because I get points, I go up a leaderboard, but because Tesco analyse everything that I buy, and then they send me vouchers in the post which give me discounts for the things that I like to buy. So you would get different kind of vouchers if you buy different things. So it's something that the personalization of the rewards and incentives are very important, but they're not the only thing about it. Also, when you're talking about gamification, it's important to realize that it's not just the rewards and incentives. A lot of gamification strategies work best because of the penalties that you have if your behaviors don't match the ideal. So
when people are trying to do business or any kind of human activity, if you're only giving things away and not expecting something from the other person, then that is self-defeating, because it's not a sustainable situation. When you're looking at rewards and incentives, I was telling Ivan earlier on about an example in the insurance industry. In the UK, it's very expensive for young drivers to have car insurance, because young drivers are at high risk, and sometimes a young driver can pay £1,000 a year to insure their car. £1,000 is 50,000 baht for 1 year, and it can be more money than the car is worth. So a company in the UK called Ingenie, they developed an insurance policy for young drivers, where the driver has a black box fitted to the car that measures how well the young driver is driving. So it measures the speed that they go at, it measures their when they're driving, how well they're driving, their acceleration, their fuel consumption, measures all of these things. And if the young driver is driving well, they get a discount on their policy. So it's linked to the performance of the driver. But the converse of that is true, that for people who don't want to have their driving measured, then there is a penalty. They pay more for their insurance. So it's like two sides of the same coin. So it's important to think about penalties as well. So all these other things are elements that you will find within games, but they're also elements that you can use in your everyday activities. Now, the other factor in gamification strategies is what I call the gamification influencers. And that was the point of the first exercise that I gave you to do, to talk about the person or the one who had most influence in your life. Because all of us are different in our individuals, and some of these influencers can determine whether a gamification strategy will be successful or not. It's covered in the handouts that I give you more information about what is meant by each of these individual words. But the world that we live in today is changing very quickly. And some of the things which have worked in the past as influencers no longer apply. So the other model that I just wanted to show you is what I call the gamification lens pyramid. And this is something for you to think about the role that you can play when you're developing games strategies, or you can apply this to every human activity. At the top of the pyramid, we have the games master. The games master is a person who is most skilled at gamification. And the games master understand human behavior and human motivation, and have the greatest influence on outcomes. So I've used sporting analogies here. So does anybody recognize the person at the top of the pyramid? It's a football manager called Jose Mourinho, who's a football manager of Chelsea. And he's recognized as one of the best football coaches because he is able to get the best from his players. He knows what motivates each person. So he will give some of his players words of praise and incentives and rewards, and other of his players he will he will give a kick, because that's what motivates them best. So he knows about human behavior, and he's able to get the results that he wants. So as you go down the pyramid, underneath the games master, you have a player. Players are people who have the ability to be able to succeed in whatever activity they're not a games master, but they are the people who learn to develop the skills to be able to influence the outcome of an activity. Underneath that, you have fans. And fans are people who are, for whatever reason, they don't know enough or not skilled enough to be players, but they do have opinions and they want to influence outcomes. So this can apply to every human activity. And underneath the fans, you have spectators who simply watch. They don't have strong opinions. They don't try to influence the outcome of any game activity. And at the very bottom level, you have what I call the hermits, who are not interested at all, not aware of anything, and are not bothered about influencing outcomes. So today, one of the problems of the world that we live in is that more and more of us are just becoming spectators. We are not getting involved in trying to influence outcomes. We leave it to other people. If you're going to be successful in any human activity in life, you need to be able to engage people and move them from being spectators into fans or even players. So we do have supposed to have a breakout session here. Well, it's actually a game we can play. Let's see how many of us there are. 2, 4, 6, 8. Right. Okay. I'm going to give you a game to play. So if you gather around, probably all come around this table. What you've got to do in this game is to put the cards in a line, and you've got to get them in the right kind of sequence to obey certain rules. So this game is about setting some rules, and it's about working together without talking to line the cards up in a way that obeys the rules. So I'm going to take these 4 people to one side. You come, 4 of you come here. I'm going to give you 4 the rules to play, and I'm going to give you some different rules. Okay. So if you go around the table here, one person puts a card down at a time, and you put them down in a line along the table like that. Okay? So first puts a card down, one from that team, this team, this team, until you've got all the cards on the table, and then you carry on. And when you come to your second go, you can only move 2 cards at a time. So you can move cards into a different sequence. The idea is to come up with an primary solution that obeys all the rules. Okay, so we start with you. You put your card down on the table. One of your cards down. Doesn't matter which one. No, well, you try and follow the rules. So you put your card down on the table now. Put one card down, right? Okay, so you've got a card there. So you put a card down, you've got to put it next to it. So because you're starting early on, you can put it either side. Or choose which one you want to put. Okay. So you put your card down, think about the rules that I gave you. Put it down there or there. Try to obey the rules. No talking. So your turn. Yeah, you go. Where you like. Okay, then you can move the cards to one side of this. There you go. Put the cards down. Right. Does that obey the rules from your team? Okay, so you can move cards to 2 cards to get obey the rules. So does that obey the rules that you've got? So you can
อ๋อผมก็ได้เข้าไอ้กรุ๊ปอ่ะ
Does that meet all the rules? let me tell you all, because I told you half the rules. I'm going to tell you all the complete rules now, and I get you to work collectively to solve the puzzle, right? So yellow cards must be next to red cards. It can't be next to any other card. So you've got a yellow card next to a blue card. Yellow cards can only be next to red cards. Number 2 has always got to be next to another number 2 card. Green and blue cards must always be next to a different colour. So you can't have a green card next to a green card and a blue card next to a blue card. It always must be next to a different colour. And all the other numbers must be next to a different number. So if you've got a 4 can't be next to a 4, for example, or 3 can't be next to a 3. So only 2s can be next to each other. So. So we've got the 2s next to each other and the yellow card next to a red card. We've got a yellow card next to another colour. Twos have got to be next to 2s. So yellow cards can only be next to red cards. So we've got 2 yellow cards next to red cards. Number 2 must always be next to a number 2. So we've got those next to number 2s. Green and blue cards must be always next to a different colour. So they're next to different colours, they're next to different colours, they're next to different colours, they're next to different colours. That one. All of the numbers must be next to different numbers. So have we got any other numbers side by side? You've done it. Yeah. You've done it. But there's actually more than one solution to it. That's the one that I worked out. So I developed this game to illustrate the use of rules and the use of communication when you're able to speak to each other and share a common objective in developing it. Okay. Well, that takes us to about it's 5 to 1. If you want to take your seats again, we'll just have a review. The other team were doing, and we were finding it strange that they weren't following your rules. Or they were moving. I saw the number 2 being moved about quite a lot. Yeah. So you were trying to work out what the other team were doing, and they would be trying to work out what you were doing. But the fact that you couldn't talk to each other made it difficult for you to achieve a common objective. So the point about that gamification exercise is the objective is to try and show the importance of communication. So in life, whenever you're trying to achieve a goal, it's important to understand what the other person's goals are as well, so that you can have a common understanding and reach a solution which satisfies both parties in some way. So that's the point of that little gamification exercise. Let's see. So we're now up at it's 5 to 1. Did you want to have a break now? If you want to break for an hour for lunch, if you wonder if you want to have a shorter time, what suits you? An hour? Okay. So if you're back here at 2 o'clock, we have
some more exercise. We talk about gamification and enabling technologies in relation to business and society. And then in the last part of the exercise, we'll focus on things that are important to you in your jobs and your lives to show how gamification and enabling technologies can play a role in helping you to achieve what you want to achieve with your profession. Okay, so if we come back at 2 o'clock, see you at 2 o'clock. Practical examples of gamification strategies and enabling technologies. But before that, I want to talk about some of the reasons why gamification and enabling technologies are more important today than they've ever been, by looking at the impact of technology on business and society, and how things have changed and are changing very, very quickly. And one of these changes is what's called the prosumer phenomenon. That means that today we are not just consumers. You know, nearly throughout the whole of history, most citizens have been consumers of knowledge, consumers of goods and services, because only a few people had access to the skills and knowledge to be able to produce. But today, we have, through the technologies available on our laptops, on our computers, our mobile phones, we have the ability to be able to produce as well. Produce information, not only produce information, but make that information accessible to anybody in the world. You know, this is very new. This is something that's never been before in history, that an ordinary person can create something with multimedia tools, something very rich, something very engaging, and make that accessible to a worldwide audience. So we've never had this in history before. So it has had a big effect on society, and I'll just show you an example and some of the implications of that from a business point of view. Because what it means is that we are all knowledge professionals. We can all learn about things that we're really passionate about and become experts in very short time scales. And as an example of this, through enabling technologies, a little story that I wanted to share with you. I mentioned that I started my own business. I started my own business in 1984 when I left IBM. And my business specialized in computer graphics, business graphics. So what I used to do is design professional presentations for big companies, people like IBM, British Telecom. Me and my staff would design presentations, and we would output these presentations in 35mm slides or overhead transparencies for our clients, because this is the technology that people used in those days. They didn't have data projectors, didn't have electronic projection, they used slides and overhead transparencies. And in those days, and it's one of the things that gave me the idea to go into this business, there wasn't Microsoft PowerPoint, there weren't programs like that. The first program that I saw for designing business presentations was a program which came out on the early color PCs, and these PCs only had 4 colors on the screen, and the resolution of the images was 300 pixels by 200. Can you imagine that? 300 pixels by 200, very low resolution.
And I saw at an exhibition like the ones that we're going on today, I saw at an exhibition slides designed with this software program. And next door to it, I saw a piece of technology that allowed you to make a 35mm slide of something designed on the computer screen. And that gave me the idea to start my business. So in 1984, I started designing slides, and I grew quite a big business designing slides for corporate clients and making 35mm slides from these presentations. And then over a period of time, Microsoft PowerPoint came out, other programs like Harvard Graphics came out, where people could design their own slides. And so I realized that we would have a lot of competition from, instead of being commissioned to design business presentations, companies would start to design their own presentations. But they still would need a way of getting the slides that they designed into a form that they could show other people. So my business gradually changed from being the experts in presentation design to being the experts in creating professional quality output. So we were still designing presentations for corporate clients, but more and more we were getting presentations sent to us so that we could produce 35mm slides. Anyway, I realized that as more and more companies design their own slides, there would be a competition in other parts of the country. And so sometime, would be about 1992, about 8 years after I started my business, I saw an enabling technology, a piece of technology called DiskFax. And what this allowed you to do would be to put a floppy disk. You probably don't know what a floppy disk is, but like we have the little memory cards in our cameras, or we have the USB sticks, memory sticks, which store gigabytes of information. Well, a floppy disk was about this size, and it would store one megabyte, not gigabytes, 1 megabyte. But it's what people would store their presentations on. And I heard about this piece of technology called DiskFax, where you could take a floppy disk, put it into this box, tap out a remote fax number, and you get an exact copy of that disk at the other end. Guaranteed 100% accurate. So it's like remote copying of your files. And so this gave me an idea that if I could make these machines available to customers anywhere in the country, when they design their presentation, they could send it to me electronically. We would turn it into professional quality visual aids and get them back to the client within 24 hours. I came up with this business idea that if I could persuade a company who had shops all around the country to take one of these boxes, they could offer this service to their clients. And so I looked around the marketplace, and I discovered a company called Prontoprint who do copying and printing on the high street. And I said, if your franchisees take one of these boxes, they can send the slides to me electronically. I will get these slides back to your customer within 24 hours, and I will give you a 40% margin on the service. So what it meant for Prontoprint was that they were getting better quality customers in their stores, they were getting higher profit margins on their business, and I got a sales force all around the country that I wasn't paying any wages to. Okay, and that was all made possible through a piece of technology that allowed these files to be sent. So I sold the idea to Prontoprint, and they allowed me to present this at their annual conference, and I created a package. So if the franchise bought one of these Diskfax boxes, I would give them a copy of the software. I would give them a half-day workshop to all their clients on how to design better presentations. So I'd help them to start their business selling it to their customers. And from the time that we launched this service, within 3 months, we were doing £10,000 worth of business a month, which was about 2,000, 3,000 slides a month. So it made a big impact on my business. But the point was that I was no longer the expert in designing presentations. The expertise had gone to my clients. They were designing their own presentations. This man is an example of how things moved on even further. Because I ran this presentation services business for a number of years until data projectors became more common, so people didn't want slides and overheads anymore. So I re-engineered my business, and I applied for a government award which was about how to encourage small businesses to adopt the internet. You know, you might think it's silly now you had to persuade anybody to adopt the internet, but this was back in 1998, and the web wasn't very old then, and the government, because in England we are a nation of very small businesses, so the government realised they had to find ways to get companies to adopt technology. So they had a competition. And the idea of the competition was to come up with ideas to persuade people to use the internet. So I came up with a project idea called Community Commerce and Knowledge Network. And the basic idea behind that was like probably a very early similarity to Facebook. The idea was to find a way to allow people to share knowledge and trade within a community instead of always going outside to buy their goods and services. And the reason I came up with this idea was because my business operated from a little village. It's a very high-tech business. We got good connectivity, but we had no big businesses around us. And so I found that what big companies there were in my town, they were going to the cities to get work that they could get done by my company on their doorstep. So I came up with this idea called Community Commerce and Knowledge Network, like an early version of Facebook, to create a community portal, people trade with each other and share their expertise. So I got £250,000 from the UK government for a consortium of 8 partners in this project. And when I started the project, the first thing I did was to do a search on the internet to try and find people I could work with in my own community. So I created a network of people who knew about the internet so that we could grow bigger and bigger and share that knowledge. So I just typed in the name of my town in the search engines of the day. This was before Google, so there were search engines like Alta Vista. And on all of the search engines, when I typed it, I came up with one website called Big Fern. And this website, to my surprise, whoever designed this website had done 50% of what I'd got the money to do, and I didn't know anything about them. Now, I didn't know I had a competitor in my community I knew nothing about. And so I had a problem, because whoever designed this Big Fern website was probably better at graphics design and web design than we were. And that was the idea for my business, was to develop by finding companies who wanted web design. And here on my doorstep, I had somebody who was probably better than we were. Anyway, I decided that the world was big enough for both of us, so I sent an email to the webmaster and said, I've got some money for a project. I'd like to share my ideas with you and see if we can work together. So I sent an email, and this was the man who came to see me one Friday afternoon, the webmaster for the Big Fern website. And when he walked in my office, I said, I'm sure I know your face from somewhere. I recognise you, but I can't think where I've seen you. And he said, of course you know me, you're milkman. Right? It was my milkman. It was the man who delivers my milk every morning, had done this in his spare time with a computer he made himself from spare parts, and he taught himself how to write HTML. So this was an ordinary guy who had an interest and a passion. He loved his community. He wanted to build knowledge and use the internet to share that, and he completely taught himself. So my whole life was in technology. My career was in technology, and he knew more about it than I did. You know, he didn't have a degree. He was just an ordinary guy. And this really opened my eyes to the power of technology to create knowledge professionals. So the point is this, is that he was a producer as well as a consumer. And I discovered through this project all around the world, there are millions and millions of ordinary people who are doing very creative things. They're your next door neighbors and you know nothing about them. So it makes for a very, very competitive world, and it completely changes the nature of the way we do business and how we prepare ourselves for business. So that's the first thing I want to share with you, is that experts can come from anywhere. They don't have to spend years to being educated. So whatever you feel passionate about, the technology is available to empower you to make a success of that. But it also means that, of course, that if everybody can do it, it makes the world much more competitive. So you cannot rely on being an expert anymore as a way of selling your services or earning a living. You need something a little bit more than that. This is another example of empowering technologies. This is a young man called Simon Stevens. You can see he's wearing the skull cap because he has cerebral palsy, which means that he is in a wheelchair. He's disabled, but he's a very intelligent young man. But his problem is, because of his condition, the way he looks and the way he talks. When he talks, he talks like this. He can't explain something, and he can't understand what he's saying. Yeah, you can't understand what he's saying. So people think that he's stupid, but he's very intelligent. And so for all of his life, he's had a big problem with trying to be a success, because all the time people listen to his voice and they make judgments based on what they hear and what they see. So when technology, the internet came along, he's very fast on the keyboard. He's much faster than I am. When he writes emails, he's very articulate. He explains himself very well. But it wasn't until about maybe 8 years ago when I started work at a university in Leicester. I started sending out a monthly newsletter about technology, and I told him about Second Life. Does anybody know what Second Life is? It's a virtual world environment. I sent it, he was one of the people who received an email, and about a year later, he contacted me. He sent me an email at Christmas, and he said, I want to thank you so much for telling me about Second Life. He said, because I have made my own world in Second Life. He created a nightclub, a virtual nightclub called Wheelies. And in this virtual nightclub, it was for disabled people. So to go into the nightclub, you had to take a virtual wheelchair and go in the nightclub. And everybody in the nightclub were in wheelchairs. And he made his avatar exactly like himself. He didn't make his avatar like a super fit person. His avatar looked exactly like him and was in a wheelchair. But through this technology, he became famous. He was interviewed by Russian television. He had articles published in national newspapers because the technology allowed him to show how intelligent and capable he was. So the technology was extremely empowering. And most recently, he sent me an email to thank me for introducing him to Twitter, because he now has his own Twitter feed, as you can see there, and he has over 5,000 followers. Many more than I have, many more than most people have. So for him, it's been extremely empowering. And if you're interested, in August, we'll be running an international webinar on technology for disabled people, empowering technologies. So if you're interested, let me know and I can send you details of that. You can join in. And Simon will be one of the people who will be speaking at this conference. So technologies are very, very, very powerful in enabling people to leverage their human potential. One of the other impacts of these enabling technologies on business and society has been the impact on leadership. Because if you think about leadership in the past, authority has been something which really is associated with your job title, like boss or manager or policeman or doctor. These symbols of authority were what people used as a way of persuading other people to do what they want. So a boss in the past tended to depend on authority, and so these are the sort of typical characteristics of a boss down the left-hand side. But today, because technology empowers people to be able to learn things very quickly, bosses can no longer just rely on their authority. They have to be able to than just tell people what to do. So today we are living increasingly in a society where authority has to be earned. You have to demonstrate authority to the people that you work with. So really what's happened is that we're moving from a society which has been based on hierarchy, which is how we've existed for thousands of years, where you get people, a top-down structure, to being more of a network structure, So this network structure doesn't have any natural focus for leadership. So instead of relying on this hierarchy, we have a network structure where there is no natural leader. So you have to be able to find ways of creating the leadership, otherwise you have a leadership vacuum. And in this kind of society, where we're all connected to each other, we are increasingly dependent upon the technology that we use. And if you go on any public transport in Bangkok, in Korea, anywhere in the world, you will find this kind of thing. Everybody sat with their iPhones or their iPads looking. Each person engaged in their own world, not communicating with other people and just relying on these things. All of us are the same. So in this kind of environment, when we become increasingly dependent on society, and we are relying on more and more on things working and being reliable, creates new sets of problems for society. So what it boils down to is that we are living in an attention economy. You know, when I talked about Thomas Cook and mentioned attractiveness, accessibility, and affordability, in Thomas Cook's day, affordability was financial. Today, affordability is largely to do with time. Time and our attention are the most precious resources that we have. You know, you're giving me a day of your time, which is a big amount of time to give to somebody. So when you're trying to develop ways of persuading people, the biggest challenge is not the financial affordability, it's the affordability of people's time to dedicate to whatever it is you're trying to persuade them to do, to get them interested. So attention translates to money. So we've got an infinite range of choices in business and in society, so we have to do something a bit special to be able to attract that attention. And against that, we also have this phenomenon that I call the spectator society, and I use this as an example. It's probably an example, but it makes the point. This was a headline in one of the papers in the UK, and this one is saying that the benefits she gets from the government, because she doesn't work, she's unemployed, so she gets unemployment benefit. She's saying, my benefits made me fat, made me a big woman, made me 23 stone. And the government is to blame for me being fat, because the government gives me money because I'm not working, and I spend my money on fast food, junk food, and I eat, I become fat, and now the government must pay for me to have gastric surgery and for me to have a fitness coach. So she's blaming the government for giving her money and blaming the government for the fact that she spends her money on junk food and she becomes fat. So she wants the government to sort it out. So this is an extreme example, but it's one of the phenomena in society which is increasingly a problem. Diabetes, obesity, a lot of the health problems that we face in the world today are lifestyle related. They're because of the way we live our lives. And it's got to a situation, certainly in the UK and I'm sure all around the world, where governments realise that there is not enough money to be able, in the future, there won't be enough money to be able to treat all of the health problems we're going to have as a result of people's lifestyles. So the challenge is to find ways of changing people's lifestyles. But if you've got the problem where people live in a spectator society, what people say is, oh, the food industry shouldn't put so much sugar in the food, or the shops shouldn't sell sweet things near the checkout because they're too tempting. So people put the blame on somebody else when really we have in our own hands, we have the choice on what we eat and the lifestyle that we need. So we have to, one of the challenges of society is to find ways of changing behavior. And maybe this is a gamification exercise I can give to you to come up with creative ideas on how you can use your skill and your knowledge to think about addressing this problem. Okay, how do we change people's behavior in a way that motivates them and uses gamification strategies to make a difference to the future? And you were asking me, maybe we can get one table to do one problem, and maybe we can get your table to do, or your table to do what you were asking about the STEM subjects. Okay, that's another recognised problem in society, is that a lot of young kids today, they are more interested in media and the arts, are not interested in science, technology, engineering and maths. So governments are trying to find ways of encouraging young kids to get interested in the science, technology, engineering and maths subjects. So that's another thing that, so we've maybe got two topics that we can think of how we use education and enabling technologies to address those challenges. I'll give that some thought. So in this spectator society, what's happening is that instead of hierarchical society that we've always had, where there have been people at all these different levels, increasingly more and more people are becoming just spectators. So they watch what happens and expect somebody else to get involved and sort it out. What we need to do with gamification, what gamification does is get somebody more motivated and interested, so they move from being a spectator into being a fan or a player. And fans are very important in this whole structure, because it's the fans who make games of any kind commercially sustainable. So if you think about sport, is probably the easiest analogy. At the top of most sports, you have the games masters. And the games masters are the ones who set the rules, provide the rewards and incentives, and find ways of motivating people to get engaged, so they have this kind of structure. They then rely on players who want to earn a lot of money by being able to win games. And so players evolve because they have a passion and an interest, and they have skills to go to that kind of level. But underneath that, you have many more people who are fans. They're not good enough. They're like me, too old to be able to be players, but they have an interest in the outcome of the game. So they support, or and they put money in merchandising. In many different ways, they provide the sustainability of any kind of activity. So sport is really just an analogy. This phenomena is is evident in almost every human activity. And so what gamification is trying to do is to move people up this pyramid and change them from being spectators into fans and players. And the way to do that is to motivate and engage them. So in this environment, how can we influence other people to achieve our objectives? If everybody is becoming a knowledge professional, we're all increasingly capable of doing so much more. How do we influence others? Can we use authority? So there's some examples of authority figures: policemen, doctors, teachers, and so on. That's the way we used to do it, because we respected the fact that professionals knew more about something than we did. But is that true today? If you look at the digital natives, the Generation Y, the children being born into this world, children adopt to technology very, very quickly, much more quickly than we can. So if you look at the situation here where the mother is showing the child, you watch children playing with the technology, and very quickly they find their way round. So what used to be the case where the parent was the person you went to for knowledge and information, now the parent goes to the child to ask how to use the application, because the child has picked it up more quickly than the parent. So authority is being turned on it. And of course, if you're involved in education, you're talking about STEM subjects, students interested in education, this is the situation that schools find themselves in today. Because the kids are playing games from a very early age. They've got the interactive tools. When they go to school, they sit in the classroom and they listen to somebody like me talking to them. And that's not what they want. They're used to controlling. They're used to controlling and testing things out, exploring, finding what happens when they do this and when they do that, because that's how we are made. We are made to gamify. We are made to explore, to try things out. In the past, education has evolved because there's been a need to be able to transfer lots of information to lots of people. But we live in a totally different society now, where the kids of today, they entertain me. My computer entertains me. You've got to entertain me. So teachers have to find a different, and they can use a combination of human skills, gamification, innovation, enterprise, enabled by technology to do that. And if you find teachers who and an environment's able to do that, this is the kind of thing that kids can do today. This was in a paper about 3 months ago. This schoolboy built a nuclear reactor in his physics laboratory. 14 years old, and he was splitting the atom. Now, when you think that the first person to split the atom was only, just over 70 years ago. It took thousands and thousands of years of history and expertise and knowledge to get to the point where we could have the technology to be able to split the atom. This boy was so interested in it, he persuaded people, because he lived in Oxfordshire, where they have the Atomic Energy Authority. They got the equipment in his physics laboratory at school, and he split the atom at 14 years old. So we are able to do incredible things today that we've never ever been able to do in history. So it's a totally different world, and in this totally different world, it's not what you know, it's not even who you know. It's about the ability to be able to creatively exploit technology and exploit an understanding of human psychology and behavior to be able to achieve your objectives. So this is what's happened in education. This was really pretty much true of when I was at school. If I got bad marks at school, my mum and dad would maybe take me to school, and they say to the teacher would show them the marks and said, "Why are you getting these bad marks?" And they would blame me. Today, parents go to school, parents got somebody, their child's got bad marks, they go to the school and they say to the teacher, "Why has my child got bad marks?" You know, it's totally changed the way we see things. We're placing responsibility on other people rather than ourselves. So the influences that I talked about, all of these things are very important in trying to personalize a gamification strategy to make sure that it's effective in achieving what your objectives are. So these gamification skills are what you need to become a leader or become an influencer in whatever chosen career you have, whatever you want to do with your life. You need to develop these skills to be able to achieve those objectives. And technology can help to support that. Well, I've got normally at this point there is a breakout session with another game. So I'm going to use this other form of game, and these cards are available from Amazon on the internet. There's a UK company called PlayGen, who are a games development company. They are a serious games development company. They've done many games. They are the people who developed the Flood Sim game that I told you about. They specialise in developing games for social good. So they develop games to help prevent knife crime, develop games for people with attention deficit disorder, many different types of games. And what they've developed is a set of playing cards that help you to be creative about designing a game. So they take the elements of developing a game and they challenge you to use these elements in designing a game. So since you were interested in science, technology, engineering and maths, I'm going to task the three of you to develop a game, come up with a game idea and a concept to encourage and motivate kids to get interested in pursuing a career in science, technology, engineering and maths. Okay, that is your challenge. It doesn't have to be an electronic game, doesn't have to be a video game. I'm after a gamification strategy, and ideally, if you can use any technologies to enable your strategy to be successful. So I'm going to get you to choose a blue card. You choose an orange card. You choose a red card. And Ivan, you can choose a green card. And I'll explain to you what you need to do. Okay, you choose a blue card. You choose a orange card. You choose a red card. And you can choose a green card. Okay, so you've got these four cards. It goes in sequence. You start off with the blue card, which is the motivations. So in designing your game, you have to use the motivation, the motivator that's shown on the blue card as being your strategy. This is what's going to motivate the child to be interested in science, technology, engineering and maths. You then have to decide what the victory conditions are. How do you know when you've won the game? The third one, the third one is setting the rules of the game. which are the game mechanics, and that's the red card. And then you choose the social mechanics to describe how people in this game interact with each other. Okay, is that, you understand? The green, so you start with the blue, then the orange, then the red, and then the green. Okay, and using those rules, these are the rules, using those rules, come up with an idea for a game which is going to get kids interested in science, technology, engineering and maths. Okay, you do the same with your card. You start with a blue card, and this is what you want to use as how they will be motivated. Then you decide on that what the victory conditions are. So in your case, the goals or objectives are what does the player have to do to achieve the objective. The red card is the rules of the game. So, and this one, rules of the game, they take their turn to perform, like in chess, okay? And then the green card is how you make it social. Okay. So the points players award each other through interacting in a community environment. So if you get together, just think about this. I will come and give you a help, give you maybe a few ideas on how to. And if you're finding it very difficult or nearly impossible with the cards that you have, I will let you choose alternative cards. Just to help to speed the process. So this is what you've got, starting with the blue card. Okay, so the blue card is curiosity. Okay, so that's the motivator, is curiosity. So how are you going to get the kids or the player curious about science, technology, engineering and maths? That's what you're trying to motivate them to do, to be curious. You're using curiosity as the motivator to get people interested in science, technology, engineering and maths. The next one is, I think it was this one, wasn't it? The victory condition for the game. You've got to be the first to reach a certain goal. So whatever game you develop has to be based on making them curious and stimulate competition between players to get them to reach a certain goal. So this could be that you give, the game involves giving the kids a topic that they've got to research. And they will win the game if they are the first one to find the answer that's being looked for. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. The reward schedule, the game mechanics. This is when you're going to give a reward to the player, activated by a certain time or condition. So you've got the curiosity as the motivator. You've got the victory condition is when it's the first person to have achieved the objective. You've then got to decide what kind of reward is given to the player and at what point during the game. And then on the social mechanics of it, this is you're using collecting as a way of bringing people together. So, and there's some examples of saving things, marking things, tagging and displaying. So again, in science, technology, engineering and maths, is there a game that you can develop which involves tagging things, identifying things, marking things? Yeah? Okay, I'll leave you to think about it. It can be a video game, can be any kind of game, can be a workshop. Okay, so this is the game. What do we say on health? Is if you're improving health, yeah. So what you're trying to do is to change people's behavior so that they lead healthier lifestyles, which might be more exercise, it could mean different kind of diet. What you're trying to improve, you're trying to improve people's lifestyle. So so ownership is the motivator here. So how can you relate this objective of improving the lifestyle, link that to ownership of something? So I mean that's quite a difficult concept in here, but it might be that you motivate people so that when they achieved a certain health goal, like losing a certain amount of weight or improve certain characteristics, you give them ownership of something, maybe like a badge or a reward. The objective is what you are setting the objective for the player in order to progress. So this could be that you have goals in the game when a person maybe has lost a certain amount of weight, or they've achieved a certain, they've walked so many steps, then they've got to do that before they go on to the next stage. Okay. The game mechanics is where people take people take turns, like in chess. So in this kind of health game, you might have a situation where people take responsibility in turn for achieving certain objectives or getting other people to achieve those objectives. So, and then finally the social points. The points players award each other through interacting in a community environment. In other words, so it's not just one person playing this game, but you've got a community of people, and they are helping and supporting each other by giving marks or awards for achievement. So that's the game mechanics of it. Okay, if you find a bit of difficulty in any of those areas, or you're really struggling for ideas, then just ask me and I can give you another card which will give you an alternative. Okay, see what you can do with those parameters. So you start first with the overall objective is to improve health, and the motivation is ownership of something. Okay.
So the game can be like an
Sorry?
activity? The game can be like an activity? Like we
Yeah.
play together in the crowd?
Yeah, you can. It can be anything. It's entirely up to you. But the overall objective is to find something which motivates people and makes a difference to their health. It can be a physical game. It can be a game that uses technology. Any kind of game at all. But just be creative about. These are the restrictions that you have. So this is what real life is like. We have to work within constrictions and resources and things, and be creative about how we achieve our objective. Okay. Leave you to think about it. Interested in science, technology, engineering, maths. Young students interested in science, technology, engineering, and maths. So, what was your motivation? One card, your blue card.
Curiosity is about
Give you a mic and could pick that up.
we would like to make a game about how to build something.
Right.
You have explained about a puzzle game like jigsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the toys that you build, you put a piece one by one like
like Meccano or Transformers.
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Gundam and Tamiya race car.
Yeah.
Know?
Yeah.
That you have to build a wheel, put it motor, and chassis and everything together to build a working car.
Yeah.
So you want me to build a game for the children? I assume it will be elementary school.
Yeah, you can choose whatever age group you want, but for young children, yeah.
Let's say I design a game for elementary school.
Yeah.
So I want to this elementary school build something by I have a top tier of the tree is the finished product.
Right.
Finished product or the most advanced product that they can build.
Right.
But in the lower tier, like in the trees,
Yeah.
you have to be built wheel.
Right.
You have to build motor. Motor is not come like as a motor you saw.
Right.
It's
Okay.
spread out and disassembled into coil,
Yeah.
gear or something like that.
Yeah.
And electronic part.
So the finished model, if I understand it rightly, you at the top you have the finished car.
Yeah, let's say like Tamiya car.
Yeah. So you have the finished car at the top, but the finished car is made up of individual parts.
Yes.
And those individual parts, like an engine, are made up of parts
Yeah.
that you need to assemble to make a working engine.
Yeah, it's like a jigsaw.
Yeah, like
but
a
it's
jigsaw.
3D jigsaw.
But 3D jigsaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
And each piece you have to complete from below to top.
Yeah.
You cannot jump from. If you not complete build motor, you can build a car and chassis
Right.
for the main part.
Yeah.
It's just like that. You build some part and then you can build another part that you have to build from that part.
Right. So you have to assemble a part before you can go to the next level
Yes,
of part. Yeah.
next higher tier.
Yeah.
And for each one, you have a limit time to do.
Right. So you've got a time restriction to
Yes.
do it. Yeah.
Or even be a challenge to do the best time against other player
Right.
in a different school.
Okay.
You have this game run in the school, and this school can be complete with another school to
Yeah.
build. Every student can help to build each part, not have to have build the same part, because this same Tamiya is like top tier.
Yeah.
It's like the project of the school.
Right.
Each student in the school can build each
One part-
part.
one
Yeah,
part
help
of it.
help
Yeah.
like collaborate
Yeah.
to help other people to work as their part.
Yeah.
And if that school can be the first school that finish that one, they will get a reward badge
Right.
or point,
Right.
and another challenge will come,
Right.
like a solar cell car or something like that.
Right. Right.
And another thing, you device set. I also checking it's inside the mechanic already, because you have to build this thing finished, so you can complete build the
Yeah.
lower tier, so you can collect this thing to make another tier, the top
Okay.
tier.
Okay.
Right? If you don't have a copper wire correctly, you cannot build a motor.
Right. Right. So you have to collect the right things. You've got to assemble in the right sequence.
Yes.
And you competing in time against other schools.
And all the project, all the tree is maybe like a vehicle or machine or engine or something that encourage the student to study those things.
Right.
So they understand it enough to be built that thing.
Right, right. So they have to do some research to find out how to build that component. They might learn some physics and some maths while they have to understand that to get.
It's
that
like
far.
if, and also about the racing, the car that you make, the toy car,
Yeah,
you can add like if they have built a motor good enough,
Yeah.
they will be run faster than another car.
Okay.
Like you can measuring the performance of
Yeah.
what this school building
yeah,
against another school.
yeah, yeah.
That will be the racing, the
Okay.
race.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, thank you. Right, so your challenge was to develop a game to improve health and lifestyle. Okay, so who wants to talk about it?
Okay. We think about an event that like Comic Con on upstairs.
Like Comic Con.
Yeah, we gather people, a lot of people, and separate them into 4 groups, and make each group to contest in exercise.
Right.
And the first group that has a lot of point on competition, they will have a reward.
Right.
Okay, and each group they can create exercise game that they nominate for equipment, or they specialize to take advantage from another group. And the group that have an idea to create exercise for another group competition, they will have a rating from the remaining group vote
Right.
for their idea.
Okay.
For the event, we have 2 prize. One prize for the best group for participate in
Yeah. The
another
exercise.
yes,
Yeah.
and another reward is voting from an idea.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
For delivering the best idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what did you think of that exercise? Was that helpful in helping you to understand the gamification strategy? Because I see from your answers that there are similarities between what you've come up with and what I know exists in other forms. In the UK, for example, they had something very similar where children used a very elementary form of computer-aided design to effectively build their own kit car. So they have to build it up with the idea of creating the fastest. So they have to understand about friction and tyre pressure, fuel consumption, all these other things, and they put the components together to create a virtual car. And then the virtual car would race in a virtual world. And the best car won a prize for the school. So different schools competed against each other, but instead of the physical bits of the jigsaw, like a 3D jigsaw, it was all done on a computer. So it's a pretty good idea. Thank you. And for yours, when you were talking about this exercise game, it led me to think about some of the creative exercise games that have been developed. There's one at the conference, probably Ivan saw this one. I think it's was it in France? I think it was in France. Yeah, I think it was in France. They had in this square, a big public place, like the square outside here, big open space, and they had a building with projected image on the building, and they were all ladies who took part in this. They had exercise bikes, okay? So they pedaled the exercise bike, and they saw a cartoon of a man taking his clothes off. So the harder they pedaled, the more clothes they took off. So, you know, that was a creative example of an idea that encouraged people to exercise in a fun way. And I think I've got a video to show you as another example in Stockholm, where they're trying to encourage people to walk up the stairs instead of using the escalator. That was the idea, and they used a gamification. Do you know the?
Yeah, when step on the stair, the piano song.
Yeah, plays a note. I've got a video. I'll see if I can find it to show it to you. But that's quite a good example of gamification and an enabling technology. Let's see if I can find it. I've got quite a few videos on this, so any of them that strike me as being relevant or of interest to different gamification strategies.
Dog up the stairs to play notes. So this was a result of the exercise. So you can see more and more people were using the stairs rather than the escalator. So it's quite a good example of gamification as a way of changing behaviour. I don't know how long lasting that would be. It have a lot of novelty effect, but whether it would people would always use those steps, I don't know. But certainly the idea was very good.
Okay, let's have a look at some examples of gamification and enabling technology strategies. Oops. Where are we? No. I now want to talk about, we talked about gamification, which is really nothing to do with technology, it's about psychology. It's about using games, methodologies and psychologies to influence people's behaviors and attitudes. I want to try and give you an idea or some ideas of the role that technology can play in helping to support these strategies. So technologies can support all of these areas. You can think about the technologies that are maturing today, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, big data visualization, 3D graphics, animation, and they can be applied in all of these areas to introduce gamification elements into any situation, particularly to addressing important global challenges. That they can also act as to leverage some of these influencers. For example, awareness. Awareness is a very important influencer, because if people aren't aware of something, you're not going to be able to change their opinion of it. So what the internet and some of the technologies do gives you an ability to raise people's awareness of an issue. It might be done through email, it might be through something on YouTube, it might be social network, but these are powerful tools to alter awareness. These technologies also could influence things like authority. I use things like LinkedIn and SlideShare, and the documents, the handouts that I gave you, I publish on SlideShare or with links to my website, I publish on LinkedIn, and because they are seen by other people in the industry, hopefully they create in the people's mind that I have some kind of authority, that I know about the topic. And that makes, hopefully, people more willing to listen and be influenced to what I say than if I had never published anything. So I'm using these technologies to increase awareness and also increase maybe my authority on the topic and some of the other areas as well. So I want to show you now some examples. The one related to the exercise you were doing about gamification enabling technologies to do with health. This is a very practical example that Ivan's got involved with as well now. Does any of you use these sensor technologies for measuring your activity? No? This is the one that Ivan and myself have got. It's called the jawbone up. Okay, it just fits on your wrist, and it's got a jack that plugs into the headphone socket of your iPad or your iPhone. So when I'm using this during the day, it tracks all of my movement, and at night it measures my sleep, how much sleep I'm getting, whether it's deep sleep or whether it's light sleep. So this is a tool which allows me to measure how much exercise I'm getting. So the jawbone up is one of the devices I use, but I also at home have a Withings weighing scale. It's a Wi-Fi weigh scale. So when I get out of bed in the morning, I step on the scale and it measures my weight, and it transfers my weight automatically to an app on my iPad. So I'm getting automatic measurement of my exercise, my sleep, and my weight. And then to complete the picture, I have to be able to record what I eat. And that will measure the amount of calories that I take. Well, you can see how effective gamification strategies and technology have been in my case, because this was me just a year ago. on that side. That was when I was taking part in a play in my home city, and I weighed nearly 30 kilos more than I do now. So I looked like that in May last year, and it was just a combination of things that led me to try out gamification and technology to see if it worked on me. When a friend of mine came to see the play, she said, "Where did you get your stomach padding from?" And I wasn't wearing any, right? Another friend of mine said, "Dave, you're getting fat." Then I met another colleague, a completely different area. I met her in London, and she said, "I think you look Russian." And she told me about 23andme.com, which analyzes your DNA. And she said, if you send off a sample, they will tell you your ancestry. They will say whether you have Russian or Asian or what kind of origins you have. So that was the reason I sent it off. But when the results came back on the website, it told me that I had a 30% chance of getting diabetes too. And then just by coincidence, I read about the jawbone up on the BBC website. So I put these things together, and I thought, well, you know, I can read about exercise and diet, but it's actually not going to change me because I don't understand. I can't measure what the effect of exercise and diet on myself because I don't know enough about it. So I use this as an exercise to teach myself what worked for me, what kind of exercise worked, what kind of diet worked. So I got the jawbone up, and it begins by, if we go to the application, this is the application. It begins by giving you a daily target for number of steps to walk. So you have a target of 10,000 steps to walk every day. So you can see today, and I just plugged it in a few minutes ago to update it, I've achieved 94% of my daily target. So I've done 9,400 steps. I over the last year, every single day I've done at least 10,000. And my average now is about 20,000 steps a day, which is about 10 miles walking a day. So I walk so much. I don't go to the gym. I just learned that I could do it by walking. You can see my sleep target is not very good. And that is because I had a problem with my leg. I got sciatica, which makes it very painful and difficult to lie down in one position. So if you look at my sleep pattern for last night, I only got 4 hours 33 sleep. Only 2 hours and 1 minute was sound sleep, and 2 hours 32 was deep sleep. I woke up 3 times, and it measures all of this on this bracelet. But if you go back in time, maybe if we go back, if we go back a few days to when I did get some decent sleep. This was in England before I came over here, and here I got 9 hours and 7 minutes on this particular, 3 hours 50, 5 hours 16. And when I'm at home, normally I can get about 5 hours deep sleep and 3 hours light sleep. And I taught myself over the last year how to do this. And the secret for me is to make my last meal round about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, to go to bed 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and not to do a lot of exercise just before I go to bed. And I keep my weight down by exercising, by walking after every meal. So every time I eat, I try and walk. It doesn't matter if it's only a short distance. Do a little bit of walking, and just those simple things enabled me to lose all of this weight. So what it does is it gives you a whole load of statistics which you can see as trends in day by day, week by week, and month by month. And if I go back to when I first started with it, which was a year ago, last June, I started by really doing a lot of walking and cutting down on my food. For the first 3 months, I put a lot of activity in that direction. But since then, I've kept my weight stable and I've been able to match the number of calories I burn with the number of calories I eat. But for the food, today I've been a bit of a pig. I'm sorry, but if I tap on this, this shows you. Oh, that was sorry. That was not today. That was a week ago. But I have been a bit of a pig this week. So we get to today. Today I've consumed 2,000 calories and I burned 1,500, and it gives me a breakdown of the fibre, unsaturated fat, carbs, protein, sugar, etc. And it does this by this is what I had at lunch: some cooked rice, mango ice cream, sticky rice, and tom yum soup. I put that in manually. But and the way that it works is that, say I wanted to, I've drunk some water. Okay, so I tap on that to say I want to add some food. And what it will do is it will find a directory of things I've eaten before. That makes it easy for me to select. Or I can type in the name of some food. So you see, these are the things that I've eaten recently. So if I say, okay, I've just had a coffee, I tap that and it automatically knows what the calorific value is. But if it's something else, tell me a food. Any food you can think of? Sorry? Tom yum? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't. I put in tom yum and search, and it comes up with. Yeah. So it's a community, just like the cards you have there. You know, the community, because it's all in the cloud. All of this information is stored in the cloud. So every person in the community, when they have some food that's not in the directory, you can enter it manually. Which is what I do sometimes if I buy something from a store that I haven't eaten before. Normally they have details of what the protein and the sugar and all the other things on the packaging. So what I do is or just kind of simulate it. So if you get something new you haven't had before, you get the camera. And you just take a picture of the food. So let's just pretend this is some food. It says, what did you have? Something good. So I tap in put in Paragon Workshop. Okay. And then I can search the nutrition database, and obviously there won't be any information about this fictitious product. So you put it in manually. So you decide, so it might be sold in, say, 100 grams. So, okay, and normally when you have nutrition values, they're shown per 100 grams for foodstuff. So it's 100 grams. And this 100 grams has got 150 calories. It's got 5 grams of saturated fat, 10 grams of unsaturated fat, 0 sodium, 45 grams of carbs, 5 grams of fiber, 20 grams of sugar, and 5 grams of protein, 0 cholesterol. Okay, so that will, if I tick that, that will add that to the database and add that to my food for today. So if I say I'm going to accept this, it adds that dish to my libraries, and it also updates the food for today and adds on the fiber, unsaturated fat, etc. Obviously, this is a fictitious food here that I've got now, so but I can select it, select edit, and delete it. So, as you say, the community builds up and builds a bigger and bigger database. But these things are in their infancy at the moment, but as more and more people get involved in these things, you can see how this thing can go viral. So that's the Jawbone Up application. The other one that I use is this Withings one, which will also measure activity, but it measures activity based on me carrying my iPad around. So if I've got a leaderboard. If I look at my dashboard, you can see. Oh, I don't know whether I can turn, but you get an idea. If I go on to looking at my weight. Okay, so if I go back to 2013, that's when I started, and you can see how I lost most of my weight in 3 months, and have kept it fairly stable. There's a blip there when I went to live in Kuala Lumpur for a couple of months. I think that's more likely because I was using a weigh scale in a supermarket that wasn't accurate. I think I probably was pretty stable in my weight. So I now maintain my weight, and I also measure my blood pressure as well every day. And so this just combination of these technologies and gamifying my own behavior has made a tremendous improvement in my weight, and not just my weight, but also my blood test results are considerably improved. And the key to it really is that I was in control of my own gamification. It was myself that I was motivating, so I could choose what I measured. I could set my own targets. And that's very important, is the ability to personalize any kind of gamification strategy to the individual. And that's just a piece of advice I would give you. It doesn't have to be a health application, but I think honestly one of the best ways to become successful at gamification is if you apply gamification to yourself. You apply it to yourself, get it working for yourself so you understand, and it then becomes much easier then to develop strategies for other people. So we find where we were. I'm going to go on to give you some examples of gamification strategies. It should have a signal. So that was the effect that it had on me. And as I said, I went from that in May 2013 to that in September 2013, and that's how my weight trend went down in that period. But I want to give you some more examples, not just in public health, but in other areas, just to stimulate your imagination just a little bit. This is an example. It's to do with health, and it's about public health, and it's about creating ecosystems of win-win relationships within people. So within people who've got different perspectives on things. This is an example from the UK. Has anybody heard of Park Run? No? No? If you go to, I think it's www.parkrun.org, there is a website. And this was started about 4 or 5 years ago by a group of half a dozen people in the northeast of England. And what they used to do was meet on a Saturday morning and they'd have a jog around the park. And they enjoyed the social occasion and it kept them fit. And they thought, well, what if we offered this to everybody? We could get people all over the country doing this. So they created this website called Park Run. And when you sign up to the website, you put in your name and your age and your postcode, and it will tell you where your nearest park is. And so although this has only been going 4 or 5 years, every one of those yellow dots is a park where at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, people go and they run or walk 5 kilometres. So you sign up to the website, you're given a unique ID, and you're given the ability to print out a barcode. So you go along to the park with a copy of your barcode. You meet up with a whole load of other people. That's a picture from Leicester. The ones I've been on, you can get more than 100, 200 people sometimes going on Saturday morning, because they know it's always 9 o'clock and it's always in the local park. And you set off at exactly 9 o'clock. And when you get to the end of the 5 kilometres, they scan your barcode with a little pen scanner. And later that afternoon, you can go onto the website and it will tell you what your time is and how you compared with everybody else and how you compared with every other person of your age across the country. So it gives you a way of it gives you a leaderboard, it gives you a way of measuring your performance, and it creates this ecosystem, because it isn't just the people who run or walk around the park. There are people who volunteer to be marshals. There are people selling coffee. There's a whole range of little incentives for different people to get involved in this. And none of this would be possible without the internet and without barcode scanning and without the technology. So it's a very simple idea, but it's got tens of thousands of people, not just in the UK, but all around the world, who are now doing this on a Saturday morning. just because it's an idea that's attractive to people. You know, we're going back to Thomas Cook again. It's attractive to be able to meet up and go somewhere on a Saturday morning, get some fresh air, push the baby around the pram, walk the dog. It doesn't matter what you do or how you do it. You go around a 5-kilometre course. So it's attractive as a social occasion. It's accessible because there's a local park near you. And it's affordable because you know that on a Saturday morning it's just a limited amount of time, so you're not hanging about. You can plan your day accordingly. So it's those same principles of attractiveness, accessibility and affordability enabled by technologies which for a lot of people it's made a difference to their lifestyle and their behaviour. So yeah. Sorry?
Did they, on the website,
Yeah.
give the runner for the doing the jogging? Did they give a reward badge?
Well, they have various rewards and incentives. So, for example, if you do 10 runs, you can get discount on some of their merchandise.
So, and how they tracking? Did to know that you did the job?
Well, because of the barcode. I mean, you could give your friend the barcode, and your friend could run it for you and scan. So you could do that. But
the website have the official people to scan.
Yes, yes.
Every park.
Every park you get marshals and volunteers who have that job. So there'll be one person there who is recording them. Normally, maybe often a disabled person in a wheelchair using a laptop, and they transfer all of the information from the scans onto the computer. So they have a database and they have a record. So they've got a lot of statistics about the people who do this, about their ages, about the improvements in the time. So not only is it a great social event, not only is it improving health, but it also is keeping a lot of data about people's exercise and how much they improve. You know, what age groups improve their times most? You know, what age groups are the people is it most popular for?
What about the personal data like weight?
They don't track weight. All they do is they track your time and your age. So they can analyse all kinds of data. So that you can have one park competing against another. So they have a leaderboard for the parks.
Accumulate distance that this park can do against another park.
Yeah. Like how many thousands of miles has been done in this park and so on. So a lot of data, and it's this for gamification enabling technologies. The technologies that I think have been the most enabling are the measurement and feedback technologies. It's being able to collect data, measure things like your weight and your health, the distance you've run, the time that you've made, be able to accumulate this and compare it to other people. That's a big motivator. And it's the reason why I was able to lose my weight through this and I would not have been able to do otherwise. Somebody said it's rather like teaching somebody to swim. Okay, you can look at videos of people swimming, you can read books on swimming, but if you don't dive in the pool, you never will learn how to do it. You have to actually go in and try it and experience it to be able to learn. And this is one of the problems with when you're trying to motivate people. So much is accessible reading about it that people don't. It's harder to engage people and motivate them to do things. You know, it's something somebody else should be doing, not me. You understand what I mean? But having measurement and feedback technologies. But there's some other examples which are not within health, and some of you might not. I think I've already told you about Thomas Cook's story. Well, his enabling technology was the railways. The railway network was his communication network. And when I got this funding for the government project, I used Thomas Cook as the example that helped me to get the funding, because the way I sold it to my community was I said, in 1840, Thomas Cook lived in this town, and he saw the railway network as the internet of his day. It was technology that took people to new places and new horizons. Well, the internet is the same principle. It takes people to new places, new information, new horizons. So I said, Market Harborough was the birthplace of the travel revolution. It can be the birthplace of a new revolution of people using the internet to explore and find new horizons in your life. But with Thomas Cook and with me, that's the disk fax unit, by the way, and that's the floppy disk being put into the disk fax unit. And this is my stepson. So we had 2 of these units in our office, and we would just take the discs out, put them in the computer, and image the presentations. It was almost like a factory operation. But this was digital communications was a way of building these win-win relationships. So it was my company, it was Microsoft with PowerPoint, it was software publishing with Harvard Graphics, it was the Prontoprint with the high street retail outlets, it was suppliers of the film. It was a whole range of people, all of whom benefited from setting this infrastructure up. This is another example, which I think is one of the best examples. Do you have X Factor? Yeah? Well, X Factor is the idea of Simon Cowell. You know, he's the brains behind the X Factor. You probably don't think about X Factor and gamification, but before X Factor, Simon Cowell's business he's a manager of entertainers and stars, celebrities. So if you think about his business model, he is successful if he can find talented people who can sell records or can earn money from stage performances, and he gets a commission from that. So if you think about that, I'll pick these cards up while I think about it. If you think about that, what his challenge is as a business, where does he get his talented people from? How does he find talented people without X Factor? He has to pay money to advertise in publications. He has to maybe have agents, scouts, talent scouts looking for people. So he has to spend money to be able to find the people that he can earn money from. X Factor is just a work of genius, because he identifies people, a set of people, all of whom can make money out of discovering new talent. So if you think about it, the first, possibly the most important people, are the entertainers. What is their motivation? Everybody who wants to be a star is motivated to try and get on television. You know, so there's no shortage of people wanting to be on television and to try and become a star. So there's no problem with that. The television companies, reality television is big business. That draws in millions and millions of people. So if they get a program which attracts a large audience, they're going to make money out of it. Through advertising or simply through audience ratings. You've got the telephone companies. Every time somebody votes for somebody, they take a percentage of that 50 pence that you spend on the vote. The public who watch the program, there's a human motivation twofold here. First of all, people this is where fans, the people who watch reality TV and X Factor, they're the fans that I'm talking about. You know, they are not brave enough, or they don't have the talent to do it themselves, but they want to see other people either make a fool of themselves, or they want to see somebody special, you know, who's maybe come up from a poor family or has had a hard life, and they're motivated because they feel that by making that telephone call, they're having control and an influence over the vote. You know, each person is only one person, but when you're watching the program, you feel you get involved and you're engaged and motivated. So there you've got an ecosystem of partners. But for Simon Cowell, instead of paying money to try and find talent, he gets people paying him to bring talent to his door. You know, I mean, how good is that? You know, he's made an absolute fortune, and once they get to the final of X Factor, then their records have already got public profile, so he doesn't need to spend money promoting them. You know, I mean, the other people involved in this are the B-list celebrities. You know, they're important as well. They're motivated because they want exposure themselves on television, and so, you know, all of these people are motivated, and it's the technology of telephone voting, reality TV, the internet, all of these things combined together, with everybody's taking a little bit of slice of the action. So it's a series of win-win partnerships built around gamification strategies. So I mean, that is one of my favorite examples of enabling technology. This is the other one. This is the Ingenie.com. This is Gary Lineker, what was an England footballer. But that is made possible by sensor technologies that you fit in the car. So it monitors the young person's driving and gives them a report every month of how well they're driving. And if their driving improves or is of a good standard, they get a discount on their insurance. So it provides motivation for them to drive well because they save money. So it's linked to this measurement and feedback. But it's also, importantly, the driver has a choice. You know, if the driver doesn't want to be monitored, that's fine, but they suffer a penalty because they have to share the cost of the insurance with other people who might be bad drivers. So this is linking penalties and incentives together in a gamification strategy that helps to make insurance company successful. And I mentioned that I do some work for the European Union. I helped to write their 2020 strategy, Horizon 2020 strategy document, but a lot of their European strategies for the future are based around technologies as a catalyst for innovation and enterprise. Bringing people together from different disciplines to be creative. This is what I tried to do in the workshop by giving you exercises and examples that bring you with people that you don't know from different backgrounds, give you challenges and incentives to think creatively and have experiences that you wouldn't normally have. But you can do the same in your everyday life. If you think about every human activity as a game, think creatively about that. So the last part of the exercise, I won't go through this if you don't mind, but what I normally do is when with large groups of people, just like I did in your last exercise, I choose a global challenge or get them to choose a global challenge from health, environment, security, education, and then come up with an idea for a gamification strategy that will address that. If you have got an issue or a problem or something that you would like to try and think how we can apply gamification to, we've got an opportunity to do that now if you want to. If there's something you would like to see how gamification could be applied and what technology could do, I'll give you a few minutes just to think about that and talk amongst yourself to see if there's anything you would like me to collectively put our ideas together on, see if we can find a solution. I'll give you a minute or two to think about it.
Project that I try to make and send the idea to the contest.
Right.
Thai digital challenge.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. If you like to.
Okay to say?
Yeah. Sure.
Because it's
Yeah.
not
What?
announced yet. It's not judged yet. It's in the process.
Right.
To
Have you submitted an idea?
submit, but it's in the process of
Being judged.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe you don't want to tell the world what your idea is. Huh?
actually, I don't care.
You don't care. Okay. Well. Okay. Well. Let's share it with you. So this is for the Thai Digital Challenge. Yeah.
Yes.
And what is the idea of the Thai Digital Challenge?
For me, is using gamification for persuade my student. I have a lecturer at Transit University in
Right.
computer game, right? So I have a hard time to ask the student to join the activity, university activity or faculty activity.
Right.
So I would like to find a way to bring them to do activity. The activity is not the one that in the classroom. It's just extra or special activity that may relate to the student go to the challenge, to seminar, or to do the job for university.
Right.
Right? We have a Loi Katong. Loi Katong is our culture ceremony that you have to do the Katong. Do the build the one from the banana.
Right.
And put it on the river to
Right.
to like make a river forgive you to make the river this
It's,
that you this
it's a tradition, is it?
yeah, it's tradition.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
tradition. So something like that. There is a lot of tradition between a year that we ask the student to join, but they don't.
Right.
So I want to design the application on the Facebook
Right.
that will be grant point or reward
Right.
for the student if they join the activity.
Right.
What I do is like there will be a application on Facebook that two type of people will use. One is staff,
Right.
one is student.
Yeah.
At first, I think about the staff will be create a quest. Quest is like the activity that asks for people to join
Right.
or to do something.
Yeah.
Or to do something. Like I have a quest, I request 10 students to help me to like a helper hand to organize an event.
Yeah.
And I post the quest and the student is a player to enroll in that position.
Okay.
And when they do the job, already finish the job, I will have a grant the point for
Right.
the student. Like if that activity, if this quest will give you 100 point,
Right.
and you do very well in the activity, I will grant you for the staff will grant you in 5 star.
Right.
If you have 5 star, you get 100% of 100 point.
Right.
And if you do moderate,
Right.
I give you 3 star.
Right.
You got only 60 point,
60%, yeah.
60% of
Yeah.
that point. And something like this. And after that, I think it should be allowed for the student who have joined this app for a long time, like maybe level 10.
Yeah.
Level 10, how they go to level 10? They have to collect the point. The point is experience point. So they will level up from 1 to 2 to 3
Right.
if they have a lot of point.
Yeah.
So if they have done this or used this application for some time, like he is level 10, it should be, that means that he will be like who is collaborate or who is put amount of interest or amount of energy into this kind of thing. So he should be able to create a quest too.
Right.
Not only the staff or our teacher
Right.
or lecturer.
So he gets to a certain level, he can create
yeah,
quests.
so he can a quest. That one will be like have because the student also have the activity that they need people to join them.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe they have activity to help the rural area. They want some 10 guys and 2 girls for cooking and 10 guys for the labor. They can create a quest.
Right.
And they can go to do it by himself. And the person who create the quest will be the person who manage the quest, who assign the how many point this quest should be and which badge they should able to get, which achievement. If you complete the quest, you will get.
Right.
This is the normal loop. And for the long quest and maybe the series of quests, because I have studied some gamification with your actually your lecture in LinkedIn.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So
I try study and put make use of what you mentioned in the slide, like if you can create a quest that relate to the student or have some special event, like you can never have this quest if you are the 3rd year student, you can do the quest of the 1st year student.
Right.
Something like that. It's like limited.
Right.
So
you introduce some rules.
So you have to do it now, or you will never do it.
You
this
never
way.
get the chance.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
And many things, I think. Point quests, and have a display that how many quests you complete.
Right.
How many which level you are and how many points you already earn, how many badges you get, how many achievement you have.
Yeah.
And why? Let's talk about why I have. I would like to put it on the Facebook because, like you say, that enabling technology. This one is Facebook. Many Thai people. You may know that Thai people have like in the first 10 countries that use the Facebook a lot.
Yeah.
My student and even the lecturer have a Facebook account, so it's easier to put this app in the Facebook.
Yeah.
So the student can invite their friend, or even they not he or she not invite, but he use it. People may see him got a badge.
Yeah.
May see him got the post that he or she join the quest. This one will be bring more and more students.
Viral marketing.
Yeah, viral marketing. And also he can invite friend to join the app, or even when he join a quest, he will be have a button to invite their friend
Yeah.
to join to do the same quest
Yeah.
as him.
Yeah.
This is what I plan, and also the leaderboard and the tracking that the badge and achievement that may expand more than the activity. I name this one is U quest,
Yeah.
maybe university quest,
Yeah.
or U
right, yeah,
U
yeah,
quest,
yeah.
I mean your quest and something like that. And you have a lot of challenging badge or achievement like something like badge when you have Boy Scout.
Yeah.
You have,
You have a
some
badge,
kind of
yeah.
special training.
Yeah.
You earned
Yeah. Yeah.
the right to
Yeah,
have the badge.
I have some myself.
Yeah, something like that. When we might have something like you have help the animal hospital.
Yeah.
You go with the group of student and lecturer to bring the food and drugs to the animal hospital.
Yeah.
You get this badge.
Yeah.
It's limited edition, and it write down the year that
Yeah.
you get it. So it will be challenge the student to got the badge
Right.
from the system.
Right.
What else? And also it keep tracking the complete quest from the user and display the available quest for criteria.
Yeah.
Because some quests maybe have a limitation that you have to be level 5 or something to join that quest.
Yeah.
What else? And track complete quest in pocket quest. User may not have a lot of quests that they can handle. And I think leaderboard that to compare with the friend and
Yeah.
top score player. The important thing, because this in your slide say that it not all the about badge point and reward, but I cannot think further than this. Is I don't know the technique or to use the gamification other than this.
Oh, okay.
You might see that this one is like it still have a hole. Why it actually the activity is actually running. There is no gamification in there. It's just a gamification before and after.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about it when it actually.
Okay. Oh, that's a good example to discuss. Did you have an idea that you wanted to discuss? No. Okay. Why don't we all gather around a table and we'll talk about this? Okay. Come around this table. We'll just have a talk about it.
And the last thing that before I forget is the reward, the real reward.
Yeah.
For every year, our faculty will have
Would you take
orientation.
a picture? I'm just getting this guy can take a picture of us round the table. Yeah, come and sit around.
Every year in the orientation day, our
Would you
our
take one or
faculty,
two pictures of this session? Yeah, just round here.
our faculty will have an orientation วันปฐมนิเทศ orientation day. The student who have done something for the faculty will get the certification.
Right.
I think this one is very best way to select
Right.
select the best student.
Right.
Because you can say that the top 10 student or top 20 will got the certificate
Right.
from the faculty, or even we can separate the category of achievement and the thing they do, right? They dedicate to the education for education achievement or activity, the student who do activity a lot.
Right.
achievement, they will get a real certificate from the faculty or university. This one will help them after when they apply to the job.
Apply for a job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what that state, like you have a good grade, you have a good leader when you do the activity, it might help a lot when he apply.
When he applies for a job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what the idea that I sent to the Thailand Digital Challenge.
Okay. When will you get the results?
It have two phase. This is in the first phase that I have. They screen the document.
Right.
After this, and they will announce on this month, July 20, who will be go into the present pitching.
Okay.
Into pitching there, but I don't know that I passed the first phase yet.
Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. So let's just think about this for a little while, because the university the last university that I did work for was De Montfort University in Leicester, where the vice chancellor of the university had very similar idea to this, or his objective was very much the same, because he believed, as I believe, that universities should be part of the community. They should be not a separate thing from the town or the city. They should be very closely integrated into it. So he tries to encourage students to do volunteering work for organisations within the community. So he started up what he called the Square Mile project. So the Square Mile, around the university. So if you go to De Montfort University, that's DE, two words, DEMONTFORT, and it's www.dmu.ac.uk. And you will see information there on the Square Mile project. Now, important thing about his strategy is that, well, two things really. To make something like this work, there has to be some, not just element of reward, but some element of compulsion. Because earning points and badges for doing something, unless the student is actually going to be punished if they don't do it, you've got to have negative motivation as well as positive motivation. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, so as part of the university's policy, the students have to carry out some activity related to the community during their time there. So it's not just being rewarded by the things that they do within the community and the kudos for it. It's a negative mark against them if they don't get involved. You know, that's the first thing. The second thing is that when you're providing rewards and incentives, you need to look at it from the student's point of view. What is it that motivates a student? What is it that the student wants from university life? They want a good social life. They want to enjoy themselves with their friends. They want to do fun activities. And they want to go to a university where they're going to have a better chance of getting a job at the end of it. Part of that is to do with the reputation of the university, and part of that is to do with the course. So in setting up a game like this, you've got to have both positive incentives, which go beyond the points and badges and leaderboards, which are all very useful tools. You've got to have real-world incentives that mean something to the student. So it might be that the university offers a trip abroad or an internship in a foreign country, but that's only available to the top 10 people within the competition. So it's got to be related to real-world activities. The other thing which you haven't mentioned in your ideas, which might be helpful, is to think in terms of win-win relationships. Because at the moment you're talking about the staff, you're talking about the students, but you want to get them involved in things where the community is a winner as well. So you need to find ways of providing or engaging those bits of the community who can benefit from student work. I did something a little bit similar at De Montfort University, and I used an off-the-shelf software package that was developed in Singapore. Ivan knows about it quite well. I think it's called Game Makey. That's Game and M-A-K-I. And what it does is it, like you said, it allows students who have achieved a certain status to be able to create their own challenges, to create challenges for other people and be rewarded for creating those challenges. I don't know whether I might actually be able to get it. Shall I get my iPad and I'll see if I can get it up on my iPad? This was a little bit of an experiment because I'll see if I can find it first of all.
So can I show my experience?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Actually, in my university, already have this concept, but it's not kind of digital term. Video is actually in like, what can I say? Okay, my university, Mahidol University, we already have this system, but like I said, it's like we will check using the barcode. If you go to do some volunteer, and in each club have to send like you want an activity transport for a point from the university, and university will check from the like proposal about you really do that or not, and they will send that how much hour you spend for that volunteer, and the reward that you will get is activity transport. After like to confirm confirm that you have did activity in your university life for another like company to increase the chance to get a job or something like that. And the hour for they will like stipulate for each activity into like for I already forgot. Like work in group in like to help other in religion or something like that, and like for work and for education, something like that. I already forget. And each activity will have not equal hour to pass. If you pass all of them, you will get the activity transport. If not, you won't. Something like that.
Let's see if I find it.
ก็รอดูตอนเรียนสมัครนะถ้ามีผลยื่นไปก็คงจะได้มั้งก็ไม่เกี่ยวได้เดียว
I think I found the company name, but it's. I think this is the company, Gametize. It's a different name. I googled Game Makey, and I think this is a company in Singapore that developed the application. It links with Facebook. I'll see if I can find the Facebook page that it relates to. Wait a minute. What I did with this one was to to identify community groups or charities and go round and set challenges that were specifically linked to that charity. So I would, for example, go to the local cafe where a lot of students students was quite a big marketplace for them. And I take a photograph of the inside of the cafe, and I get them to agree that if a student came and had their picture taken, having a meal or a coffee at this cafe, they would earn so many points, and the cafe would give the student a discount. I did that for student accommodation. I did that for an animal hospital who were looking for student volunteers. So you give them a challenge or an activity where they not only get points or badges, but they get some sort of other incentive for carrying that out. And I think if you look on the Square Mile project on Montfort University, you might find what kind of positive incentives that De Montfort gives to students. But I know that our Vice Chancellor wants to make it mandatory for students to do so many hours of activity that are community related whilst the reward they get, but they have to choose what they do. So they can choose what they do, but they have to do a certain amount. So there's a compulsion to it. Because I think where students are concerned, just giving them points and budgets and a merit award, there's not enough motivation or incentive for them to do it, because they're more interested in having a good time and having a drink. But if they know they've got to do a certain amount, and they know they've got some sort of control or influence or doing creative ideas which they're rewarded for creative ideas which benefit the community, they're much more likely to get involved. all these things over a period of time actually I think are going to get a little bit easier because of the technologies that are tracking and monitoring our activities and behaviours. You have to make it as easy as possible for people to get engaged in these things.
Yeah, that is what I worry, because when the time that the staff or student create a quest, it before maybe long time, maybe 1 month ahead, because they need the time to recruit people.
Yeah.
And after that, when the activity begin, it may take maybe one day, maybe 2 weeks before the student get the feedback.
Yeah.
It's nothing between
Yeah,
there.
yeah. That again is very important.
Yeah.
Having feedback, measurement and feedback is important. But the bigger the delay between the measurement and the feedback, the harder it is.
Yeah.
Because
It's not like between the waiting and the action have something they can see the progress.
yeah, you can see you can see the progress.
But for this one, it's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, mobile phones with the technologies available today, you can have scanning that verifies or proves that somebody's doing an activity or they're in a particular place. But I could connect you to a guy who knows a lot more about this than me in the university setting. He's a research director at Microsoft. And he's actually been involved in, for a Microsoft research project about gamification and the effectiveness of gamification in education. And I saw his presentation. I've seen more than once actually, but I saw his presentation in Italy a couple of years ago. And one of the big things that they've achieved from gamifying the student experience is the improvements in student dropout rates. And that's a big motivator for universities because in the UK now, the universities get income for the students who are registered and there. So if a student drops out at the end of the first year, they're losing £9,000 per student per year. So gamification, if you can gamify the student experience and give them a more rewarding experience so they stay and complete their course instead of leaving it, that's a big motivator for a university to get involved in a gamification project. So the thing to do is to try and put some sort of value on each of the incentives that the partners in the win-win relationship have. Don't have time to do it within this workshop, but in my longer workshop I have something called a gamification canvas, which is based on a business model. And basically you start out by defining an objective, and then you identify who the partners you can involve in helping you to achieve that objective. You identify what is likely to motivate each of those partners to get involved in doing it. You look at the barriers that prevent their involvement in it, and then you try and develop a business model, translate that into financial benefits to them against the costs, and then you basically built a business model for it. But the heart of it is to try and identify as many different people who have got a reason to get involved in supporting you in different ways. Could be recruiting students, could be offering prizes, but all of these relationships have got to be win-win. You know, you can't have a gamification strategy which is based on on giving something and getting nothing back. It's got to be a reciprocal relationship. That's why win-win is very important. And that's why rewards and incentives on their own don't work. Because if you're giving things without expecting anything back, then it's not a sustainable strategy. You've got to have a very balanced relationship where if you're giving a reward, you've got to expect something back, from some sort of commitment back from the student. You know, it's the same in your personal life. If you've only got to read the papers and look at what's happening in the world around us, and you see the people in the world who are successful, making a lot of money, are not necessarily the most talented or best people in the world. Very often, they are people who maybe put a higher value on themselves than they should do. You know, they have a higher opinion of themselves, and so they consequently they don't do something for nothing. If I can give you an example, maybe it's a little bit of a sexist example, but if you think about ladies or girls at school, the girls at school, the prettiest girls at school, were the ones who were most desired and wanted by the boys. There are some girls who are attractive and pretty, but didn't value themselves, so they sleep with anybody, and they're not respected. They don't place a value on themselves, and so other people don't place a value on them. They give something away without expecting something in return. The people who value themselves and appreciate their worth, and this is kind of self-value is very important, are the ones who are more likely to be successful. And you can see that in every walk of life. There are many people who, well, you might call them prima donnas, but they value their skills and their abilities very highly, and so they consequently demand something from anybody that they deal with, and that's how they make their success. In my opinion, is that the most sustainable kinds of relationships is where they are genuine win-win relationships. The most sustainable relationships are the ones where there is a balance. You know, there's not one partner is not exploiting the other partner. Both partners are getting equal amounts. This is why I like the yin-yang philosophy, you know, because that really is a reflection on what win-win relationships are about. It's a perfect match. Whether it's human relationships or business relationships, it's the same thing. So that would be my advice. And what you've shown me so far, you've got the rewards, leaderboards, and that kind of thing. But what would be missing from my point of view is engagement of other stakeholders, and also in having this idea of penalties or negative incentive. In other words, some element of compulsion in it.
Okay, thank you. And maybe can you suggest for the like him? I also seek for the PhD in some kind of game.
Yeah.
Gamification or game design. What university you suggest?
Well, he's going to drop me an email, and I'm going to give me time to think about it, because I connect to many different universities. On the science, technology, engineering, and maths, probably the best university that I know about that is committed to that. It actually goes beyond that, because you're talking about science, technology, engineering, and maths. But today, people are more focused on science, technology, engineering, arts and maths. So it's not STEM, it's STEAM. Because it's bringing science and art together. That's the key thing. So a research project which engages people in science, technology, engineering, and maths, but also integrates creativity and the artistic elements are going to be most relevant, I think, for the future. And the best university that I know of that really focuses on this is University of Southern California, USC. Yeah, you know of them? Yeah.
I think it's hard to entry that university.
It's a very good university. Yeah. So it's not easy to get in. But if you give me time to think about other universities that I have come across or I can recommend to you, who would be, it's not, you really want the people who have, if this is your interest, you really want to be in a university where people share your interests or where they've got a reputation for STEM subjects. You could, there's a friend of mine who works for Haystack, which is HASTAC. She got me involved as an evaluator on an international competition for developing a STEM game, a game to do exactly what you're describing to do. So I evaluated quite a number of different games which were designed to encourage kids to do science, technology, engineering and maths. Her name is Cathy Davidson. That's C-A-T-H-Y, Davidson. C-A-T-H-Y, Cathy Davidson, which is David and S-O-N, Cathy Davidson. She has a blog, a Twitter feed, and if you can connect to her maybe through Twitter, something like that, she's a good person to ask for advice on this area. But I will give it some thought to myself. You drop me an email, and I'll respond back to you.
Me too.
Yeah, the Serious Games Institute, the new research director there is called Dr. Pam Cato. Her specialist area is health. She is the person who was behind a very famous game for young cancer patients called Remission. And it was a game that was had some proper research built into it to see whether games could be effective in helping to improve the survival rates of children with cancer. So she developed this game called Remission, where the kids play the game and they have to zap cancer cells. So they learn a bit about cancer and the way that it works, but the fact that they are killing off cancer cells gives them a sense of control. So it does two things. It gives them three things really. It gives them more of an understanding of cancer and gives them some hope. It gives them the feeling of being able to get their own back by zapping cancer cells, and it also provides distraction therapy. In other words, when they're playing the game, they're so focused they don't feel the pain so much. But she's recently taken a post as a research director at the SGI. In fact, a good friend of mine is a Malaysian guy called Sylvester Arnab. I met him last week in Coventry, and he's doing gamification in education. Actually, he would be a good person to connect you to. Yeah, I'll introduce you to Sylvester, because he may well have some ideas as well. He speaks a lot of conferences around the UK, and he's he started as a PhD student himself. He's not probably not much older than you, I don't think. Anyone else got any other questions or anything they'd like to ask about?
Could you recommend for could you recommend for a website or something like for searching for gamification or something like game research?
Well, there is a LinkedIn group called Gamification Masters. There's a friend of mine who developed the game with the cards, the PlayGen company. So as a company, if you Google PlayGen, Play and Gen, you will see he is, one of the leading gamification, and he's the guy who I think he developed the LinkedIn gamification group. It's called CamStar, KAMSTAR, CamStar. And you can buy those packs of cards on Amazon. That was his idea, CamStar. Yeah. So if you find PlayGen, if you go onto the PlayGen site, you'll find things about gamification there. And I think he also did another LinkedIn group called Gamification for Brands, which is really focused on how you develop brand image and identity through gamification. I think there's only a few more slides to show you. Probably see without me putting them up on the projector. Let's see if I can.
e-learning ใช่ไหมใช่มากจริงๆวันนี้มีซ้อน2 อันจริงๆมันมีเกมหนึ่งที่ส่งไปแล้วเข้ารอบสสตอนนี้เข้าลมอยู่ให้แฟนไปนั่งอยู่กับนักศึกษาดันมาชนกันเสียดายที่นู่นก็ดีเพราะเขาสอนเกี่ยวกับเอา Google มาพูดเรื่องเกี่ยวกับการใช้แอปในการเทคโนโลยีของ Google ใหม่ที่มันออกมาจาก Google I/O ที่งานสัมมนา Google I/O เร็วๆนี้เขามาอธิบายวิธีการสร้างแอปวิธีการดึงของ
Just a few slides really, just to draw, just to try and put a few points together on. Gamification, as I said to you, every human activity can be viewed as a game, and you can influence outcomes of the game by thinking about the elements of gamification and the influences that are going to affect people's behaviours, attitudes and opinions. And you can apply that to every activity. But the point is that we're all different. We all have different experiences, we all have different backgrounds, we all have different culture, ethics. So it's a very personalised thing. And one of the good things about the technologies that are emerging today, the way they're collecting data about how we use the web, where we go, what we buy, is that how that is like yours, then there's a good chance that you will like the same books or same records, CDs, or the same things as somebody who's bought similar things in the past. And these techniques are getting more and more sophisticated. And with the lifestyle monitoring technologies, you get a whole number of people, thousands of people like me, who are recording what they eat and their lifestyle and their exercise patterns. With the big data, you get very accurate patterns of what is actually going to make a difference to people's health, rather than just simply guesswork. So it's very useful in making personalisation. But the two things that I really want you to think about when you take away about how you apply gamification strategies, and the things that are going to be increasingly important, are two things in my mind. Measurement feedback is one of them, and the way technology can support that, and also challenges. Because measurement and feedback is a critical component of gamification, because it gives us the ability to measure change. Like you were saying, when you get instant feedback, you are able then to adjust your behavior, and that is what gives you the feeling of control and the incentive and the motivation to continue to evolve and develop. So it provides feedback, and feedback is essential to our learning and development. And getting feedback where you fail is just as important as getting feedback when you succeed. And I've seen, I've been involved in a lot of games where you get feedback, you win a game, but you don't really know why you've won it. If you know what I mean. There's a business game that I've played which is about making profit, but so you play the game over a 3-year period, and at the end of it you see whether the decisions you've made about the price of your products, your production levels, whether they've been successful, but they don't actually tell you why you've been successful. So human intervention and facilitation is often very important in a gamification strategy, so that you get the interpretation of the feedback that's meaningful to you. So it isn't just a question of giving feedback, it's giving feedback that helps you to learn and develop from that feedback. So positive feedback can reinforce things that you're doing well. Negative feedback can change behavior if you need to change it. But challenges are also very important. This is particularly true with games like yours. Okay, there are challenges. People have to do certain things to get points, badges, and rewards, but there has to be an end product which is of value to the person playing. You know, they've got to see, they have got to see and feel and perceive the value to be engaged. So it's got to be attractive. You've got to make it as easy as possible for people to play it, so it's got to be accessible, and it's got to be a good use of their time, so it's got to be affordable. So if you get all those three things right, and incorporate into that some element of compulsion, making it mandatory or part of policy, give them a reason that if they don't do it, they're going to miss out. So negative influences are just as important as positive influence.
That's why I start with only the IT faculty.
Right.
And maybe just my department first,
Yeah.
for the faculty, and then grow to the faculty, and then grow to the university.
Yeah.
Because at that level I can adjust the...
Yeah, you've got a chance to experiment and just do that. That's a good idea, doing prototyping first. You learn from that. So, you know, often in our lives we are faced with difficult situations, difficult circumstances, things that we feel very uncomfortable about. But you've always got to remember that these are probably the best learning experiences that you will have. The negative experiences in your life are just as important and often more important than the positive influences. You know, I'd tell you very quickly about something that happened to me, which wasn't very nice, but was probably a very positive influence in my life. As when I was running my own business, I got involved in a project where essentially one of my partners cheated me, and it cost me my business. I lost my house, I lost my business, and I finished up. to earn enough money to pay the mortgage, I had to work in a frozen food warehouse. I was doing night shift work. I worked from 7 at night to 7 in the morning, go home, go to bed for 3 or 4 hours and try to do consultancy work in the afternoon before I went back to work at night. I would 4 nights on and 4 nights off. And that's because I was 52, 53 years old. That was the only job that I could get. So for someone who had my education, having my own business, it's quite a thing to be just doing heavy manual work. But so I was working alongside asylum seekers, all kinds of people from different walks of life. But it was a very good experience for me, not least because it was very physical work and it helped me to become fit. But it also gave me a connection or an understanding of other human beings who had gone through far worse situations than me. So that negative experience was probably as valuable as any of the positive experiences I've had in my life. So a very important part. But the technologies that we are seeing today, I think are going to bring about the most disruptive period in history that we've known, even more disruptive in the last few years. Sensor technologies, the Internet of Things, big data, cloud computing, all of these are going to create a revolution in the way that we, in business and in society. It will create great opportunities, but also lots of challenges. And people who are involved in the creative industries and have the skills and the tools to be able to communicate, engage and attract, you've got a great opportunity with these technologies as they emerge, because you can link your creativity to real world data and real world applications that persuade people to it. So really the future is in your hands. I'm probably a little bit too old now for to make a real difference, but I still have my ambitions, and I still think there's a great opportunity to use my experience of losing weight and improve my health to make a difference to a lot of people, and that's where my passion lies. So I just want to thank you for your time today and being patient with me. I'm sorry there weren't more people here. I think it would have been better in some ways if we had a big group, but have you been happy with what you've got from today's session? Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
This is very new topic in Thailand, so not many people understand what it's in.
No, well, not many people outside of Thailand understand what it's about. And I think there are a lot of people who are starting up gamification consultancies without really understanding, what it is completely. And hopefully I'll give a flavour of that in the documents that you've got to take away with you. Okay, so if you got did I give you my card?
Huh?
Did I give you my business card?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so if you got my card, if you have any questions, please feel free to get in touch with me. If you send me your emails, I will put you on my monthly e-newsletter list. So about every month or every 6 weeks, I just send a news update, what conferences are coming up, any new things, any ideas that are coming out.
I think I already in your group of LinkedIn about the gamification.
Right.
Because it's the same picture you use.
Oh, okay. Okay then. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.